guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is pointing fingers at Democratic lawmakers amid the ongoing government shutdown. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson says his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
The reason the government is closed is because Chuck Schumer and 43 of his Democrat colleagues in the Senate have decided now to vote multiple times to keep the government closed. We need them to turn the lights back on.
He also claimed that Democrats are not serious about negotiations and are using the government shutdown for political gain. Johnson's comments come as House Democrats are set to meet virtually tomorrow to discuss the ongoing shutdown. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries posted a letter on his website on Saturday saying that people will die if the Affordable Care Act tax credits are not renewed in the government funding stopgap bill. Top Republicans have vowed to not cave in to Democrats' demands. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says speed is paramount when it comes to a deal to end the war in Gaza. While appearing on ABC's This Week, Rubio says this is not something that can continue to drag out.
We cannot be here 3 weeks from now still discussing, the logistics of how hostages are going to be released. That has to happen very quickly in order for the rest of this deal to gain momentum.
His comments come as President Trump is sending special envoys to the Middle East to try to seal his hostage release deal. Both Israel and Hamas have indicated support for the proposal, but the conditions still need to be negotiated. In a Weekend Post, Trump said Israel has agreed to the initial withdrawal line that was shared with Hamas. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to revoke temporary protected status for Venezuelan immigrants.
The move overrides a previous federal judge's ruling that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem acted unlawfully when she terminated the protections earlier this year. The protections of roughly 350,000 Venezuelans have now been suspended, putting them at risk of detention or deportation. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The woman shot by federal agents in Chicago on Saturday is in stable condition.
Department of Homeland Security officials claim federal agents were rammed and boxed in by 10 cars Saturday morning. Officials say one of the drivers was armed and officers shot her. 2 people were taken into custody after the incident, but it's unclear if the woman who was shot was one of them. Protests against ICE operations have been ongoing. I'm Jim Forbes.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
In a wide-ranging interview with the New York Post's Miranda Devine, Lutnick was asked about the late sex offender, who was also his former neighbor. Lutnick told Devine he'd vowed never again to be in the same room with Epstein after visiting his home and seeing a room where wealthy people received massages, which Lutnick assumed were recorded on video. The Commerce Secretary then said this guy was the greatest blackmailer ever, and he claimed that's how he had money. The FBI and the Department of Justice have not yet commented on Lutnick's remarks. Liz Warner, New York.
A federal judge has granted a temporary restraining order against the federal government stopping National Guard troops from being deployed outside of the ICE building in Portland.
President Trump federalized the Guard to increase security because of demonstrations against immigration policies. Federal Judge Karen Immergut was appointed by President Trump in 2019. The temporary restraining order is in place through October 18th. There was a large demonstration outside of the building today with several people being arrested. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Without further ado, you know what time it is? It's showtime. And away we go as we close out that first weekend in the month of October. Yes. Already rolling into day number 6. Well, we will do so from time zone to time zone, respectively, from coast to coast. Get a new week underway. So welcome aboard. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. A clear, quiet night outside the secret bunker, looking at 61 degrees. Yeah, the moon shining bright. Not quite full, but mighty close. Technically, full moon Monday night into Tuesday morning. Yes. Yeah, boy. So, hope you had a good weekend here. For much of the country, it was a very summer-like weekend. Saw temperatures well into the 80s. You had to run the AC in the automobile. Well, there are some changes coming on. We've got another day of warm weather in the Great Lakes, Ohio Valley. Eastern seaboard actually continues to warm up a bit. But we can clearly see that distinctive line of a cold front sweeping through Central Minnesota, down through southern portions, Minnesota, stretching on down into the heart of Kansas tonight. That is the front bringing much cooler temperatures. As a matter of fact, as the front has already passed through North Dakota, Wyoming, we've got freeze warnings. Yeah, much of North Dakota, we're talking hard freeze tonight, not frost, but freeze warnings. Frost advisories through the heart of Wyoming. Higher elevations actually have freeze warnings. Same plays true for portions of southern Idaho tonight. We'll see some freezing temperatures in parts of Oregon as well. Freeze warnings in the eastern portions of the country, everything east of that front, pretty much high and dry once again. A very quiet night. Yeah, where we could really use some of that rain. We've been parched. The parched Midwest and Northeast will finally get a drink of water in the form of rain in the coming days. Temperatures are going to fluctuate pretty wildly from near record heat to a frosty chill through the week ahead. The extended stretch of dry, summer-like conditions will soon be coming to an end, according to AccuWeather, as that cold front's going to sweep in conditions more typical for early October, right on cue, along with some rain anyway. Yeah, even though the calendar says October, temperatures have been more typical of July in recent days across the plains and the Midwest since late last week. AccuWeather tells us that the warmth continues to build into the east, but the hold will be very temporary, right on the heels of several beautiful fall days with cool, crisp mornings, followed by comfortable afternoons. Friday, that change arrived in the central and western portions of the Great Lakes, where afternoon highs soared into the 80s. Similar warmth building east as we start the work week here. We saw temperatures well into the lower 80s this past day. The Great Lakes, we could challenge some records here for Monday in parts of the Northeast. We're talking 15, 25 degrees above average for early October. And it may mark the last time until next spring that the mercury ventures above the 80-degree mark. As this cold front sweeps through, a change to more typical fall temperatures arriving today in the Midwest and the Great Lakes. It'll be Tuesday and Wednesday for the rest of the East. High temperatures are going to fall by as much as 20 degrees over the span of 2 days. Baltimore, Boston, Cleveland, Pittsburgh. Some much more seasonable conditions for the middle and end of the week. Those temperatures are going to be 50s, 60s, maybe some lower 70s. It'll feel much more appropriate for the leaf peepers in the region this week. That fall foliage in parts of the Midwest, upstate New York, and northern New England is already at peak over the past weekend. Since the middle of summer, though, rain has been very hard to come by across large swaths of the Midwest and the East. Increasingly dry conditions. Fortunately for those pinning for some wet weather, we'll see a bit of that this week before the rain arrives, but worsening drought conditions from the Ohio River Valley all the way up into New England. Elevated fire risk for brush fires. This is especially true across New England, where the dry leaves are falling now. Same front that's going to bring the cool down was organizing in the plains, where it has brought some locally heavy rain and the risk of some stronger storms over the weekend. For much of the Midwest, Great Lakes in the East, it'll be more of a welcome sight than any sort of a hindrance. Beneficial rains across much of the drought-stricken area through the Midwest and the Northeast. Not enough to erase the drought, but it looks like late Monday into Monday night, cities like Chicago, where you haven't seen measurable rain in nearly 2 weeks, you'll begin to see some rain. Weeks-long dry stretches come to an end later Tuesday or Wednesday for areas further east. Albany, New York, Erie, Pennsylvania, New York City, and Philadelphia. It's not going to be heavy enough to cause any widespread flooding. There could be some instances of ponding on the roadways, maybe slowing travel, especially during the rush hour periods. A few thunderstorms may be embedded, could cause some heavier rain. There will be a bit of a hidden danger. It's been more than a week since the last rain from the Midwest to the East. So we see, which is very common out west, the oils collecting on the roadways. When that rain begins to fall, it mixes with the oils. Roads become very slippery for a period of time. Looks like a bigger cool down may be coming mid-month, while the cooler weather arriving in the midweek will be noteworthy. It may give way to another more subdued warm-up by next weekend. After that, forecasters tell us they're watching for a bigger drop in temperatures sometime around the middle of the month. A more notable cooling trend around October 15th through the 19th. Now, they tell us global weather patterns are lining up to bring a few days of below to near average temperature, maybe a hard freeze ending the growing season in parts of the Great Lakes and the interior Northeast. So it's kind of a roller coaster ride for temperatures in the Midwest and the Northeast. Unfortunately, we won't see a whole lot of beneficial rain with that, but with some gusty winds that will again raise the fire danger. Winds are going to be rather breezy just ahead and immediately behind this month's fronts. With the ongoing drought and plenty of fuel, dry leaves, there remains the risk for wildfires to develop and spread. But again, a very comfortable night outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. All right, who we got on board? Checking in out of the box. We'll get to some of our listening friends ahead here. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, Pappy, saddle up nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour. Yes, indeed, somewhere deep the earth crust. Steve is throwing the breakers. The F3 antenna is up. Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. All right, the overnight drive hammered out 63 degrees, the far side of southwest Ohio. All right, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Crank up the volume. Let's go. Hello to Bob in Michigan. Larry on board to get the new week started. Good afternoon. Hammer down 66 in Purchase, New York. Looks like he's headed toward Hartford, Connecticut tonight. Hello, Country Bumpkin. Good morning to the overnight drive family. Hello, Bill. Morning, Steve, and all the listeners out there. 67 degrees, clear here at the home 20, Thornton, Wisconsin. Yes, with the bright harvest moon shining in the backyard, just like that, the weekend's over. The Brewers are up one game on the Cubs. Go Brewers! Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. I did not get to catch any of the Major League Baseball playoff action over the weekend here. All right, Horse Feathers on board. Hey, Mike. Greatest day of the week. Yeah? Well, we will not hear that from Captain Ron this morning, but I'm sure Horse Feathers will fill the gaps. Norman checks in from north central Kansas at the home 20. It's been raining here for a few hours. We've got 62 degrees. We might go out Monday night. Too muddy tonight. All right, everybody have a good morning. Hello, John. Checking in from Mound City, Missouri. Watching the lightning in the dark here before I turn in for the night. We're hanging at 77 degrees. It's been a great travel day. God bless all. Buckeye Boy checks in from where we at tonight. Marana, Arizona. A very comfortable 73 degrees got loaded in Scottsdale, Arizona this past day. Only about 2.5 hours to the motel where I'll unload on Wednesday. Hang out till next Sunday to pick it back up, then finally head home. I do have a couple days of golf planned in the mix here. I got a very close course here that I've played a few times. Well, another day of the Democrat government shutdown. Correct. I believe the pressure's starting to build, but they're so stupid they probably don't see it. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Have a good night. Everybody be careful out there. All right, good morning, Steve. The overnight crew getting a little later start. Yeah, trying to get over the lousy Bills game. Should be called flag ball rather than football. But all right, good to have you with us there. Uncle Chops, have a good morning. As always, 844-844-3388. Hey, see what's going on with Joe checking in this morning.
Hey there, Steve. How are you doing this morning?
Well, it's a Monday. I guess I'm all right. How about you? We had some beautiful weather over the weekend here, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, it's been pretty nice. But I wanted to call in real quick just to talk a little bit about something. So I know I've told you that I have autism in the past. Do you remember that?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Well, something I recently found out about, back when Charlie Kirk was assassinated, unfortunately, I was reading on some of the autism subreddits, if you know what Reddit is, but, the people on the spectrum over there, they were insulting Charlie. They were saying, oh, thank God he's dead. They were playing party music. It's horrible.
Mm-hmm. It was pretty...
So I just,
pretty heartbreaking, some of the sentiment, people that were actually celebrating, someone else's loss of life.
Yeah, so I just want to come on here and say that some of these people with autism, some of them are kind of crazy. I've seen other people, like you said, like video game developers were out there on Facebook celebrating people, celebrating his death, and it's just sad. So I just wanted to tell everyone to be nice, be friendly, and God bless you all, and thank you for having me on the show.
All right. Joe, thanks for chiming in, checking in here as we get the new week underway. All right. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. So, yes, indeed. I don't know. A few upsets. College football. How about those Cincinnati Bearcats? I had made that special request for our prognosticator of prognosticators and Mr. Grump, the analyst. They both picked Iowa State. That's got to be one of the biggest wins in many, many years for those Bearcats, taking down number 14th ranked Iowa State. What was it, 38-30, something like that, I believe was the final score. But indeed, 38-30. Yeah, a couple of other upsets in the mix. Another exciting weekend in college football. We'll break it all down, as they say, coming up here momentarily. Yes, the government shutdown continues. I'm losing track. Are we entering day 6? I believe now, day 6. Of course, we knew during our Friday program that the Democrats and Republicans again failed to pass the competing bills to get the government back up and running. Now, shortly after the failed votes, the House Republicans said they're going to extend their recess. In other words, the legislation the House had passed, the Republican bill, and forwarded to the Senate, there will be nothing new, nothing updated presented till after, at this point, October the 13th. That's to put pressure on the Senate Democrats. The Democrats have said House Republicans should be at the Capitol to negotiate a new deal. So this decision will increase the likelihood of this shutdown likely continuing to the middle of the month. The longer the shutdown, it could begin weighing down the economy. Democrats banking on Republicans feeling pressure to avoid that. So they feel like the Republicans are going to cut a deal. Friday afternoon, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt briefed the press, sharing that the Office of Management and Budget is coordinating with cabinet secretaries about possible firings. That pushes the administration essentially into what they call uncharted legal territory in past shutdowns. And I don't think it's ever happened where they've actually gone to firings. Typically, it's called a furlough. All these government employees, many not reporting to work, those that are working, not getting a paycheck on Fridays, but they get their back pay when everything gets resolved. In this case, the firings mean if you're out of a job, you're not getting a paycheck. Trump, of course, met with the OMB chief Russ Vought, talking about possible layoffs late last week. Their discussions continue between the Office of Management and Budget and cabinet agencies across the board, trying to identify where the cuts, where the layoffs, not furloughs, but actual layoffs, as the government shutdown hopefully does not continue. All right, the latest casualty of the shutdown was the September jobs report, which the Bureau of Labor Statistics said will be delayed because their personnel are furloughed at this point in time. Now, word is the Senate will try again later today, Monday evening, to break the budget impasse that started this whole shutdown. But again, they will not have a new piece of legislation from the House. It's going to be the same essential, clear, clean resolution to continue government funding at the levels that were set by the Biden administration. As they adjourned for the weekend, the Senate calendar was updated to include procedural votes starting at 5:30 this afternoon Eastern Time. First, they will vote on the Democrat-written continuing resolution, followed by the House passed. Speaker Johnson officially canceled votes in the House all this week as the shutdown condition continues, that looking to put pressure on the Senate Democrats to simply accept the clean, short-term stopgap legislation. A notice designating this week as a district work period was read in approve for session on the House floor there Friday afternoon. So for Democrats hoping to get some sort of a deal, that's not going to happen. Nothing new coming their way. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is taking aim at Republicans amid the ongoing government shutdown. During an interview with CBS's Face the Nation, Schumer claimed a lack of communication from his colleagues on the other side of the aisle has stalled progress.
Republican president, Republican Senate, Republican House, that they have a responsibility to govern, which means sit down and talk with us so we can address these needs.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries uploaded a letter to his website on Saturday that said people will die if the Affordable Care Act tax credits are not renewed. Top Republicans have vowed to not cave in to Democrats' demands. The Supreme Court will hear some controversial cases in the new term, which begins tomorrow.
On the docket will be those involving the use of race in congressional redistricting, conversion therapy for minors, and state laws banning transgender athletes in girls' sports. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, underway. Getting the new week started here. Hello to Santa Claus. Top of the morning, Steve. 69 degrees here, Sacramento, California. You see, I'm looking at a new hobby. Panning for gold. With the recent price of gold going up, I'm thinking I might take that 45-minute drive from our home to where the gold rush occurred. At least it'll keep me off the streets. Well, that it would. Yes, gold prices knocking on the $4,000 an ounce door. All right, we're ready to talk some college football action. We start. There's the Grump and the prognosticator of prognosticators.
I'm with you.
Uh-huh. All right.
Yeah,
all right. We got Grump. Yeah, we did.
Yep. And, that Cincinnati game was probably one of the better ones. They jumped out right off the bat to a 17-0 lead. And I thought they were going to be a good game when it popped up in the third quarter, but Iowa was moving the ball good and everything, and then that Walker, fumbled it in midfield, and then it just started a downward spiral. They just started, forgetting everything they learned in football camp, I guess, and Cincinnati just capitalized on it, and that carried them over. You got to give them their due, buddy. They played a hard-fought, damn good game, and
but they've got a tough road ahead of them if they want to win the Big 12, because they've still got UCF, they've got Baylor, they've got Utah, they got BYU, and they got TCU sitting out there in front of them.
They got Arizona too.
Yeah, Arizona. So, can they manage their schedule? I think they can if they'll play like they played Saturday. But then once again, we go into that situation of pretenders and contenders, and I'll tell you a team that really proved that. I don't have to tell you that they're nothing but a bunch of damn pretenders. That was Penn State. Did you see that, Law?
I got to actually see that game in its entirety. I think that's the only one I got to watch in full. But yes, I said, well, I guess that puts a real knock on Big Ed's pick for Penn State for champions.
Yeah. That's what I told McGraw. I said, well, I'm out of the mix as far as picking who I thought was going to win the national champions. I mean, and then listen to Franklin after the game. Oh, well, we had to travel so far. Come on, give me a break. Oregon traveled all the way out to Happy Valley and beat you guys by field goal on your home turf. I don't use that as an excuse. Why don't you just say it? Your players laid an egg. They got beat by, of all teams, that was 0-4, and then they let that I'm a leave quarterback run all over. He single-handedly beat them. So they're out of the hunt. So there's no respect left for Penn State. I'm surprised Franklin's even got a job today. But go ahead, Joe.
They kept it pretty. You know, when you go back over everything, I mean, first quarter, I mean, 7-10. UCLA, and then UCLA jumped up there, with another score in the second quarter, which Penn State didn't, and then Penn State come back, a little bit, but 37-42, especially with a team that was 1-4, that was embarrassing. I mean, but I don't know what the hell happened to UCLA. They did everything right. I mean, they just started playing ball. You look at all the yardage and everything that they put up. They were completions were 73%, or 70%. Where Penn State's was 73%, but they just did everything right. I don't know what the hell happened to Penn State. They on a bad week they usually play better than that, but they just they just got manhandled there, and that was hey, they did it to themselves. I guess on an up note.
I guarantee you they won't make the playoffs. I can guarantee it. They won't even be in it.
No, they're. I don't think so either. They're right now sitting at 3-2, and they'd have to shake loose a lot before they could make. They'd have to win out probably in order to get a spot there. But I don't know the way some of these teams are playing ball though. It just I don't see them going that direction. It just there's some teams that are really pounding it away. You look at Alabama. Alabama finally come to life. We was talking about that though. That's one of the most well-disciplined teams that I've ever seen though. As far as keeping penalties down, it's just like they just do everything the way they should. And hold the penalties down. They're controlling the ball. Just amazing. I think it's just that's what wore Vandy down, was just the simple fact that Bama controlled the ball for almost 37 minutes, and it just their defense, Vanderbilt's defense was just whipped. I mean, it's just the way it was. But they had a couple of good scores there. Vanderbilt did. They never really got down below one score. I mean, they kept fighting back, and then when that kid intercepted that I think it was on the 48-yard line or something like that, they just started spiraling downhill from there, and it's like, well, there you go. That's it. Done with it. So after that, Bama just kind of crushed them there. But they're playing Missouri next week, and that's going to be a good game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they're going to. They're going to have to they're playing at Faurot Field, so they're going to have to bring their A game if they want to beat Missouri.
So Alabama's playing Missouri next week.
Yeah, I tried to get tickets for that, and then that ain't happening. They're I guess they've been sold out since last year or something. But anyway, the ones that you can find is, my God, I wouldn't pay that kind of money to
oh yeah, it's not like trying to go to an Oklahoma game. I think it's $500 a whack to go to the damn game, and I ain't paying that kind of money.
Yeah,
I ain't rich like Steve.
Yeah, but there were some close ones. Florida State put up a little bit better fight against Miami, and I thought they would. But Miami, they capitalized on that. And then you look at Texas A&M, they just walked all over Mississippi State.
Yeah, I was real surprised about that one. I kind of figured Mississippi State would take that, and well, once again, they're a pretender, and they're not going to be a contender. And I'll tell you another one that's out of the hunt too, and that's Texas. They're just no good.
You know, they got beat by a 1-3 team. You know, and it's you're. I think all the hype that they had on Texas, I think they just put it all on Arch Manning, and you know, that kid, you know, he was just I don't know, just because his last name's Manning or whatever, they expected, you know, everything from him, but you know, hell, they were talking Heisman before he ever started, you know, and look where he's at today. I mean, he's doing the best job he can, I guess, but it takes a team to win, and they're all falling on their ass. So it's, you know, Florida.
You let Oklahoma go in and beat Texas, and Oklahoma's going to be in the mix as far as making the playoffs. They keep going the way they're going.
Yeah.
Especially when they get over tier back.
Yeah. But you had, Virginia and Louisville. That was, Virginia 30. That was an overtime with a field goal, 30, or was it? No. Yeah, it was. No, they scored a touchdown. They just didn't have to go on extra.
Right.
That was 30-27 went into overtime. That was a damn good game. I mean, that was just a hard, smackdown game there, and I was kind of surprised that it was as close as what it was, because Virginia's just been playing a lot better ball, I think, than Louisville has. But they were number 5 in the ACC, and Louisville was number 2. But it just, when you go back over, everything, they just, I don't know. I just thought they were going to prevail on that one, and they did. That was a good game. But we got a lot of ball coming up. This is week 7, and Ed and I both are at 39-21 on regular wins, and I've got him on one of the sleeper games. I'm up to 4 out of 6, and he's at 3 out of 6. So we're just kind of hanging in there. It's kind of neck and neck there.
Yeah, that's what Grump's at 43-21, and I'm at 42-21. So we're running neck and neck.
Yeah.
Right.
So
and like I say, I'm out of the as far as who I thought was going to win the national championship. That's for sure. I laid an egg there, but I'll be interested to see if your prediction as far as Ohio State. I still don't see that happening, but hey, I don't know until they prove different. And,
well, they got Illinois. They're playing next week or this week coming up. And that's going to be their toughest contender. And
they got to play Michigan at the Big House.
Yeah, at the end. Yep, that'll be the last game. And I don't know. It's going to be a close one there. We'll just have to see what happens. But I think Ohio. They lost a lot of players to the pros and stuff. They kind of had to rebuild their team a little bit, but they got some talent out there. They really do. I mean, they're hitting on all cylinders as far as playing ball. So, but they haven't had as tough a schedule as Oklahoma or somebody like that has, and so we'll just have to see how it's going to pan out.
Well, they're big tests like that. Don't they play Indiana here coming up?
I think let's see here. They play Illinois. I don't think they play Indiana. I don't think they're playing it. They might. I'd have to look back over it, but I thought they were Illinois was going to be about the toughest one they had there. But I can look back over it here and see. If I can find it. Let's see. They play Illinois, Wisconsin, Penn State, Purdue, UCLA, Rutgers, and then Michigan. So. Nope. And they've just dominated everything. I mean, the closest game they had was Texas. That was 14-7. That week 1. But they Grambling is 70-0. They played Ohio, Ohio State, or just played Ohio. That was 37-9. Washington is 24-6. Minnesota 42-3. Illinois is going to be a tough one for them. Illinois, they're playing at Illinois, so that's going to be a tough one for them. And the rest of them there, it's just Wisconsin might give them a little bit of a fit. I don't know. The next one will be Michigan, and then they got the playoffs if that's if everything works well. So we're going to see how things pan out. But
well, they would I would think they would have to go up against Oregon as far as Big Ten championship. Don't they play Big Ten championship?
They will at the very end if everything we'll see how it goes and everything. But I think they'll play conference champion games here at the very end and see who's going to finish up there. But I don't know. Oregon. God, they were good last year. I mean, they've been a hell of a team here for several years here. So we'll just have to see how they go. But I'm still kind of leaning toward Ohio. I mean, when you look at how they play ball, and they're another one that's been a disciplined team this year, and as far as penalties and getting third and fourth down conversions done, and in the red zone they've been working it really good. They can control the air, so they've got everything going for them. So they got some practice games, put it that way to see how things go. But I think Illinois is going to give them a pretty rough time there, and then of course we'll see what Michigan does. But I'm still betting on them. They
but Steve, if the Bearcats finish out, let's say they finish out they beat every team they've got left on their schedule, they could be in the hunt for the playoff.
Very much.
Are you there?
Very much.
But like you said, they definitely have they got their work cut out for them for sure, though.
Yeah, but it's nothing they can't manage if they'll show up every weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be a good opportunity for Cincinnati fans to really show up and give them the moral support. So they've still got 1, 2, 3, 4 big games at home.
So any thoughts?
They got Oklahoma State in the way.
I was going to ask if any thoughts on North Carolina getting stomped again. Bill Belichick, is he going to have a job, or is he pretty much they got to pay him anyway?
I don't look for him to hang around after this year.
I don't think he cares. Just looking at him on the sidelines and stuff like that, he's damn sure nothing like he was with the Patriots. I just don't think he cares right now. Hell, he's got a bank account full of money. He don't care. If he goes out a winner, if he goes out mediocre or whatever, I think he just he's going to rescind his contract. But they give him was it a 3-year contract or a 5? I can't remember. I
think it was a 3-year.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think he was just about like me, becoming being a bored truck driver. He's a bored coach, and
I think he's just on coaching to get away and get some rest away from that little hot ass that little gal. He's seeing there. What is she, 24 or something like that? Yeah. I think he just kind of said, I got to get back into coaching here to get some sleep once in a while. But hell, she just wanted his wallet anyway, and that's about it. But he hasn't been impressive at all, and stuff. And I don't know. I kind of figured, Clemson and them, that that was pretty much the same way with them. I just still don't think Clemson's going to mount anything. It seems like that every time some team like that falls on their butt, it takes them 2 or 3 years to get rebuilt to where they're winning games again. And Clemson was top dog there for a long time, and I don't know. They lost 8 or 10 players last year, and they've tried to make up for that, and To me, it's just I don't know. I just look at it and I think give them a couple more years, maybe they'll be back up there in the contender slot because people you got freshmen in there trying to find their way and I know Sweeney's had a hard time with them, but
well, he's the one that coaches that hadn't embraced that portal. Just like Mike Gundy didn't embrace that portal, the NIL, and now it's starting to show. That's why you see a lot of these other teams, Steve, the parity, and that's what the portal or the NIL was supposed to do, was make these teams more competitive across the board. Where, like I had told you, just one conference and one team may dominate the whole football world. That's what you had with Alabama and Georgia and the likes of it was just Southeast Conference, and people were losing interest, and it just created a more even playing field for a lot of teams, and it's getting proven week after week after week. Like I say, you go in there and you don't know who's going to play and who's going to show up. We can do the science, we can do the guesswork and everything else, and then it's just like, which we didn't pick Penn State or UCLA. But if we'd have had it on our list, I can assure you I'd have went with Penn State.
Right.
Boom, I got an egg all over my face, So anyway, go ahead, Grum.
I'd have been right there with you. I'd have picked Penn State because they just, when you look at a 1-4 team like UCLA, and they had a hell of a lot going for them here lately, and then turn around and put a whooping on Penn State. It just, I kept looking at that score. I thought, surely this ain't right. Am I looking at the right game or what? And sent Ed a message and said, hey, you checking out this score? Yep. So but it's a good game. We got 15 games that we're looking at hard for next week, but we'll whittle it down to 10 and then plus our 2 sleepers and go from there. We're trying to stay, like I say, with the conference games right now, the ones that are going to change positions on the rankings and everything, and that's going to be a tell-all on who makes it to the big show and who don't. So that's kind of my take on it.
Well, we both did win our sleeper games. I won the SMU over Syracuse, and then of course you got Texas. You took Florida over Texas, so. So anyway, for the weekend, I'll finish 8-3 and Grump with 7-4. So, but then that told us up there where we're neck and neck overall, and so it's been a big fight. And right quick before I hang up, I got to thank Renegade for buying my breakfast this morning. I got to meet him up there at Wapakoneta this morning, and Renegade, I really appreciate it, man. I really enjoyed meeting him. He seems like a real class character. So I don't know if you ever met him, Steve, but he's a super guy.
I don't know.
You know who I'm talking about, don't you?
I know the name. I'm not sure that I've met him maybe over the years or not.
Well, he's one of your neighbors to the north. I know that. So, super guy. He bought the breakfast this morning and had a long visit with him. And, of course, he's interested in mine and Grump's picks. He's trying to tell me, oh, you shouldn't have took this team, you shouldn't have took that team. Well, like I said, hey, you just look at it and try to decipher who's going to show up and go from there.
Yep.
So.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yeah, there's no exact science about it. It's, like I said, I dig into the stats and digging into how they did the play, the last time they met, and which some of these teams, it might have been 5 years ago, and so it really is irrelevant. But, you got to go week to week and see how they're playing ball. And like Ed said, you just hope the right team shows up, the ones you pick, and, the players are healthy and everything else to win it, because it's, right now it's so damn close,
well, you look at the Iowa State game on paper, it's everything pointed at Iowa State.
Yeah.
But the better team showed up. The team that wanted it to work showed up.
Yeah, they a lot of places had them even money there, and it didn't really start changing much until
The only reason Bearcats had the point spread because it was at home.
Yep, that's it. That was the only reason. But they played tough.
Yeah, any close game, you give them a point spread because they're playing at home. It's like I always say, any home team, you're either going to give them 3 points or you're going to give them 7 points. The home team's always starting out a lead before you step out on the field.
One of the games that really surprised me was that Kansas and UFC game. That we both thought Kansas was going to wind up getting slapped around there, and buddy, they just dominated that game.
Yep, we got a pause there as we close out hour number 1. Real quick, for 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett says layoffs could be on the horizon amid the ongoing government shutdown. During an appearance on CNN's State of the Union, Hassett said the decision could be forced if talks continue to stall.
I think that if the president decides that the negotiations are absolutely going nowhere, then there will start to be layoffs.
Hassett also called on Democratic lawmakers to show leadership and make a deal to end the shutdown. His comments come as President Trump has promised federal layoffs and said he would use the shutdown to decide which Democratic agencies he's going to close. President Trump says he thinks the hostages will start being freed very soon. Trump spoke briefly to reporters as he left the White House on his way to Norfolk, Virginia for a kickoff celebration of the Navy's 250th birthday.
They're in negotiation right now as we speak. They've started the negotiation. It'll last a couple of days. We'll see how it turns out, but I'm hearing it's going very well.
Both Israel and Hamas have indicated support for Trump's 20-point proposal to end the war in Gaza, but with conditions that still need to be negotiated. In a weekend post, Trump said that Israel has agreed to the initial withdrawal line and it was shared with Hamas. Trump added the ceasefire would be immediately effective and the hostage exchange can begin. Purdue University researchers traveled to the South Pacific in search of wreckage from Amelia Earhart's lost airplane.
Next month, the research team inspects an underwater object which has been visible in photos from a lagoon located on a small island in Kiribati since the 1930s in an effort to identify it. Earhart was attempting to become the first female pilot to circle the world when she and navigator Fred Noonan disappeared over the Pacific Ocean in 1937. The object is about 400 miles southeast of Howland Island, which was Earhart Barn and Noonan's planned destination. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Japan is poised to have its first female prime minister.
The country's governing party elected Sanai Takaichi as its new leader today. She beat her male political rival in a second-round runoff vote to become leader of the conservative Liberal Democratic Party. The leadership race began last month when Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba announced he would step down after a year in office. While Takaichi is likely to become Japan's next prime minister when Parliament votes later this month, it's not guaranteed since the LDP-led coalition lost its majority in both houses this year. I'm Lisa Carton.
The Trump administration is reversing cuts to counterterrorism safety efforts in New York.
New York officials highlighted last week that the state is facing $187 million in cuts to grants that fund counterterrorism measures. Governor Kathy Hochul says those cuts are now being restored. She says President Trump heard the call and reversed course, ensuring the state's got the resources necessary to support law enforcement. Scott Pringle, New York.
Apple is removing ice tracking devices from its App Store.
The tech company said Thursday night that it was removing IceBlock and other apps that are used to report sightings of ICE agents. CNBC says the move was made after Attorney General Pam Bondi put pressure on Apple to take down the app. The FBI said last week that the gunman who killed 2 immigrants at a Dallas ICE facility had been using the app to track ICE agents. IceBlock has been downloaded over 1 million times since it was introduced earlier this year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Got a brand new day coming our way, a.k.a. Monday, 6th day of October. Yes, indeed. Hope you had a good weekend. All right, welcome back, Big Ed. I think Grump had to take care of business, so he kind of disappeared there. But
Well, by golly, Steve, that's about all I've got to add to the mix. So, like I say, me and Grump are neck and neck, and we're going to battle this thing out and see who's the better predictor, Grump, the analyst, or me, the prognosticator. And like I say, I may not know it all, but I know my football.
One thing we do know is Grump has a much better chance of picking the national champion than you do.
Yeah, go ahead and rub it in, buddy. I'll remember that. I will remember that.
Oh, boy.
Okay, my friend, I'm going to try to come and see you here by maybe next week, so we will stay in touch.
All right, well, enjoy out there on the road, enjoying the sights. Got a tour in the Northeast. I'm not sure where he's at, but... All right, let me see here. There's old Knucklebuster. I thought you had a 3-day weekend or a 4-day weekend.
Yeah, I'm just sitting up watching you on YouTube, buddy. I got my eyes on you. I'm kicking you out there, buddy.
Oh.
Get that Semper Fi shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, and Mr. P. Sommers, and we'll even do Big Ed and Grump for giving us all them college football picks there. Well, let's talk about that Texas-Florida game for a minute. I was really disappointed in that thing. Let's go back all the way to 1968. Archie Manning, Archie's grandfather, he did not play collegiate football against Florida during his time at Ole Miss. Cooper Manning never played Florida. Peyton Manning infamously never beat Florida during his playing career. He went 0-3 as a starter against the Gators, but 0-4 overall as he was third on the depth chart in 1994. Eli Manning's record versus Florida is 2-0. Hey, Eli's the one they should have put out there then, right? Well, Art sure 0-1 right now. All I can tell Texas is they need to get some linemen up front to protect Arch if they're going to win football games there. Let's step on to you guys. Y'all got a pretty tough schedule. You got Penn State, Purdue, UCLA, which y'all ought to beat UCLA and Rutgers and Michigan, and you never know about Penn State. They may just turn around and be done with it there, you know. So I don't know. We'll find out. What's that game? That movie? Any Given Sunday? How about Any Given Day of the Week? So I read where a 22-year-old man with a criminal history of indecent exposure allegedly posed as a teenager to enroll at a Minnesota high school and even joined the school's football team before his arrest. See, you reckon he's going to go on the sex? Well, he might have already been on that sexual register's offense. Tesla's facing a lawsuit for Cybertruck doors trapping the occupants. See, they wouldn't open. So you never know about them electric vehicles.
Right, exactly. Yep.
This guy won a class action lawsuit against a parking app. They gave him $1 credit. Say, that's cheap. I mean, come on, that's cheap. Y'all buy some Stabile products, Hot Shot Secret products, some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. So I know it's Monday morning, but y'all need to wake up and call Steve at 844-844-3388. And I'll watch you for a little while, but I've got a funeral to attend tomorrow, so I can't stay up all night. Yeah, my next door neighbor's mama passed away, so I promised her I'd drive her to the funeral and escort her in there. So we're going to take care of business.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in there, Knucklebuster. That's not a fun thing to do, but all right. I'm sure she appreciates your helping out in a difficult time, right? Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. Somebody said, what? The greatest day of the week? Morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. We're just sitting back here waiting for Captain Ron. We ain't gonna call it the greatest day of the week. That's his job. He wants it. He wants that job. He's got to get out here and do it himself. So I don't know. Anyway, so what's going on out there in Oklahoma on I-40 coming in from Texas? Did you catch that there?
Yeah, I mean, there was a story last week where there had been like 125 stopped. The one you sent me, was that like another edition where they got 90, or I wasn't sure.
You know, you just don't know because nobody dates any of these things when they put them out there on Facebook. You know, they put these videos out there and nobody puts the date when it happened or when they posted it or anything. So it's kind of hard to tell there. So maybe that was the whole same thing all over again. I wasn't really sure, so I didn't know if you had any better way to go and investigate it than I did there. So because I couldn't come up with anything else. But yeah, it sounds like a pretty good deal there. What they have, like 125 they pulled over and 90 of them they put out of service or something.
That sounds correct. Yes.
Yeah. So. Anyway, so, no, other than that, yeah, I don't know, not a whole lot. Kind of a quiet weekend. Had the fire truck out there for both Saturday and Sunday there, so kind of a good day out there doing that. Everything worked good. Maybe possibly made a couple new connections. So we're out there. Got to wait till the 20th of October to get the whole shindig all started all over again for next year. But when that rolls around, we'll get our QR code out and everything, and then we'll get everything wound up. But right now we're just kind of rubbing some elbows and seeing who we can talk to, and maybe making some possibilities here. So,
that'd be
anyways,
good.
all that was good. So, but other than that. What the heck happened to the Yankees there? They went up to Toronto and played, and game one there, what was it, 10-1 or something? They didn't do so well on. So is there any report? Have they played game two yet there? How'd they make out with that?
You know what? I'm going to have to check out how things unfolded with the playoffs.
Okay. But anyways there, so I don't know. We saw the moon coming up there about quarter after 6 here in the east, a little bit further east than you, and still had the sun to the back. So the moon was actually shining in the blue sky to the east. Kind of an interesting sight coming up over the horizon. So I don't know if it's the biggest moon I've ever seen, but it definitely was pretty impressive. And of course, most anytime you see the moon in the daytime, you know why you got the sun shining behind you, that you can see the moon like that. It is a pretty impressive sight in the blue sky. So anyway, I don't know. Other than that, things are just kind of rolling along here, and I haven't heard much more on the weather forecast other than kind of what you were saying. And I think the last I saw of it there, they were saying we were supposed to have a chance of rain on Thursday, maybe. I'm not sure. Somewhere out in that area.
Sounds about right. Yeah, late Wednesday into Thursday. Yep. And we've got a chance of rain for like Tuesday. I think Tuesday into Wednesday.
Okay. And so, anyways, I guess the one thing, if people have a thing about Make-A-Wish they're interested in or anything, and I don't know if you heard about it or not. I think it was called Cody's Choice or something of that nature. Anyways, there was a boy who had a wish there, and his whole deal was with a racehorse, and they got some monument going to be put up down there in the horse racing world of, I'm not sure if it's Lexington or Louisville, but they're gonna dedicate something there on the 11th. So maybe I'll see if I can find you a little bit more on that. But sounds like a pretty interesting day down there in the horse racing world down there in the Kentucky area. And as I say, it all kind of has to do with this whole story that goes with Make-A-Wish there. So anyways, we'll see if we can catch you some more on that, and maybe we'll check back in there on the loneliest hour to see if any imposters or impersonators. How does that work? I don't know. Somebody's gonna maybe fill in for Captain Ron, but I ain't doing it.
All right. So I know.
It ain't my day.
Yeah, he won't be
I know
with
you
us.
ain't going to.
He's not here this morning. He's not here Tuesday morning. I did get an email from Philip. He said he's feeling under the weather, so he won't be checking in this Monday morning. We're going to need some fill-ins.
I know what you're not going to call today, though. I already know what you're not calling it.
Not
so,
the
all right,
not
we'll
the
let you go with
greatest
that,
day
Your
of the
Honor.
week.
You just
Exactly. All right, you ask about Game 2 there. Yes, the Blue Jays. Yankees didn't do a whole lot better in Game 2 versus even Game 2. Yankees losing to the Blue Jays 13-7, the final score. So the Blue Jays are up 2-0 in that series, and if memory serves, this is a best of 5. Yeah, Blue Jays only have to win 1 out of the next 3. Yankees are deep in a hole. All right, Mariners, Tigers. That series is tied up 1 game apiece. Mariners over the Tigers yesterday, 3-2. Now, we've only had 1 game. That was Saturday night. Dodgers versus Phillies. Los Angeles won that game, so they're up 1-0. Game 2 in that series is coming up tonight, 6:08 p.m. Eastern Time. Brewers and Cubs. Milwaukee leads that series 1-0. Game 2 in that series, 9 o'clock, 9:08 tonight. That's where things stand. Game 3, Blue Jays versus Yankees. That'll be coming up Tuesday night at 8. Mariners, Tigers, game number 3 coming our way. Let's see, that would be Tuesday night at a little after 4 o'clock p.m., 4:08 Eastern Time. So we get a brand new week underway. Clear lines at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership. All with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale.
Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
All right, yes, indeed. Buckeye boys said, the mighty Buckeyes sure took care of business over the weekend. Hello to Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. Clear skies, 66 degrees. Who else checking in here? Jerry, morning everyone. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for putting the Steve Sommers overnight drive on for us to enjoy. There's high pressure pumping. Predicting, he said Indiana will beat Oregon next Saturday. Hoosiers. All right, so they were, that's undoubtedly going to be one of the games of the week when we get our picks next Friday morning. Hello to Peter, who says, good morning from Lewiston, Idaho. Getting ready to turn back to Cedar Rapids, Iowa for midweek coming up here. All right. The leaves may be turning. Temperatures beginning to fall in parts of the country. But they tell us the tropics are not done for the season yet. AccuWeather's hurricane experts warning a tropical storm may soon form in the Atlantic, while a hurricane will be on the prowl close to Mexico. So we'll have something in the Atlantic, something in the Pacific. Yeah, right on the heels of a couple days of quieter conditions in the Atlantic basin after Umberto and Imelda last week, which ultimately pretty much impacted Bermuda before barreling toward northwestern Europe. Tropical storm number 10 of the Atlantic season appears to be just days or maybe hours away from forming, with a good chance of impacting land later this week. That cluster of showers and thunderstorms currently in the eastern Atlantic, gradually becoming better organized, has been designated as Invest 95L by the National Hurricane Center. It's becoming likely this will organize into a tropical storm this week, they tell us. The next name on the Atlantic list will be Jerry. Despite the likelihood of formation, any tropical rainstorm or storm is still several days away from potentially impacting land. Right now, they say interests in the Caribbean should closely monitor the storm's progress this week. The steering winds may cause this storm to pass close to the northeast Caribbean islands late this week. It could bring a glancing blow of rain and wind. After that, a few scenarios for future movement are on the table, including a journey toward the west into the Caribbean. However, that it's the least likely scenario as it appears right now. Many other options are possible. The most likely track, they're telling, appears to turn this future storm to the north as it passes by the Caribbean islands. That would keep it east of the U.S. mainland. We've spared numerous bullets this Atlantic season along the East Coast with those sort of steering winds. Now, with that window being well over a week out, interest across the Caribbean and along the East Coast need to monitor through the middle of the month. A country that recently sustained twin hits from Umberto and Imelda will also be at risk once again. Impacts to Bermuda cannot be ruled out next week, depending on when the storm makes that northward turn. All right. Elsewhere in the Atlantic basin, forecasters are indicating a low risk of development off the southeast coast from the Bahamas, near the Carolinas, rather, later this week. The same slow-moving weather feature that may eventually develop tropically, has been soaking much of Florida and other Gulf and Atlantic coastal communities with some heavy rain since last week. All right, look at the tropics. Not done just yet, but we are into the home stretch, technically, of the Atlantic hurricane season. Let me see. Who we got on board? Would that be Scooby?
That'd be right. That'd be me. How you doing tonight?
Well, what's going on, Scooby?
Well, let's see. I take it I'm up in the north. Does Buffalo played football tonight? Or just got done playing?
Right.
You know?
Yes.
Well, the only reason I know that is because I live in the Derby, and I drove up here I come up here on Sunday nights, and I lay over in a hotel. Well, right when I got to our center up here, all these cars around here like it's rush hour traffic, and one of my other drivers that come up here also, he said, don't bother going to the hotel. They don't have no rooms. So that's nice to know, ain't it?
Yeah.
What do you do? You ain't got no rooms. You want me to sleep out on the street? But anyway, I just started. I'm driving back to Erie, PA. Got to get far enough out of town. That's the way I need to go back. So I got on the phone and made some phone calls. I got me a room down there at Hampton Inn.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
other than the extra drive, but it's on the way back. But I was talking to this lady that she says, well, I can find some others. She had like 2 or 3 different hotels she already gave me, and she couldn't find. She goes, well, I got a Best Western here. I said, no, I need something better than that. And works on the phone with them with their credit card. Like, well, I'm not sleeping there. So not that there's anything wrong with it. I was just figure if I got to go out of my way, I'm going to make it cost them a little bit more money.
All right. I don't blame you. Well, I'll hold the thought. I'm looking at the clock there. Hold the thought, Scooby, because we got to get a quick time out here. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is taking aim at Republicans amid the ongoing government shutdown. During an interview with CBS's Face the Nation, Schumer claimed a lack of communication from his colleagues on the other side of the aisle has stalled progress.
Republican President, Republican Senate, Republican House, that they have a responsibility to govern, which means sit down and talk with us so we can address these needs.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries uploaded a letter to his website on Saturday that said people will die if the Affordable Care Act tax credits are not renewed. Top Republicans have vowed to not cave in to Democrats' demands. The Supreme Court will hear some controversial cases in the new term, which begins tomorrow.
On the docket will be those involving the use of race in congressional redistricting, conversion therapy for minors, and state laws banning transgender athletes in girls' sports. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Rolling into a brand new day, brand new week. With the latest on the government shutdown. How long will the stalemate linger? Yeah, plenty of industry headlines we'll bring you up to speed on as we get the new week started here. And of course, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Back to Scooby. Thanks for hanging in there.
Oh, that's no problem. Thanks for taking the call again. Also, about 3 weeks ago, you were talking about drivers. You know, if drivers meet other drivers anymore. I think it's been a little bit back. You were talking about. I didn't call in at the time, but you know, I do a layover one day a week, and the other 3 days I meet other drivers. You know, we swap out loads, and I take it back to my center, and he takes it back up north. But I take up the Buffalo that goes into Canada. You know, was it you that said something last week? How many loads were up in Canada just waiting to go across there?
Yes.
So yeah, that's what some of those are the ones I give them. They were talking about that. Well, the driver from Buffalo was talking about that last week. That you know that they're not taking them, and so and I don't know. I don't want to give the name of where I work at, but I don't know if the tariffs what it is. But one day last week we had a load of stuff and they take it and destroy it. I don't know if it's like a copycat stuff that comes in the country, or if it's tariff that didn't pay it. But yeah, they take it. loads of trailer loads. They just go and destroy. I never asked them why. I was just told to take it somewhere, and they're going to destroy it.
Interesting. Wow.
You know, and I couldn't look inside of it because it was sealed. You know, I took it to a center. And
Yeah, so you have no idea what it was.
I had no idea, no. And they didn't tell me. I didn't ask them either. They just told me it was going to get destroyed. So, you know, I'm sure it was something with customs. Looked at it. So, but yeah, that was interesting. Did you do anything while you were at home over the weekend?
I did not actually spend much time at home over the weekend.
Was this the weekend of the funeral that you had, or was that a couple weeks back?
No, that's not, probably forthcoming. We're not there yet.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I knew. I didn't know exactly when. Because sometimes I miss the whole time, the 5 hours. Sometimes I miss tonight. I missed about 30 minutes of the show coming in, but I usually get the first 2 hours of it rest of the week. So anyway, well, look, I won't keep you. I just thought I'd aggravate you.
Well, I appreciate you.
Monday is not the best day of the week, by the way.
Thank you. I'm with you on that. Yes, it's typically a pretty slow day here, and I appreciate people like you helping a brother out to get through a 5-hour shift. Let me, since he asked about it, let me break down the weekend, and I've already notified Ryan that we'll probably have a replay for our Tuesday morning. I've been trying to help out Uncle Fred. He'd gone to hospice, but he was still living at home. He was able he's been able to be home by himself, but we've been having to go out on a fairly regular basis to try to to feed the animals and help him and whatnot. But Friday was a good day. I went over and actually while I was cutting the backyard, he asked my mom if she could help him get out on the back porch so he could spend a little bit of time outdoors. It was a beautiful afternoon. So went back again Saturday, and he actually had the feeling that he felt like he could eat, which he hadn't done. And he wanted to order his all-time. He loves Chinese food. He used to go to the Chinese buffet on a regular basis, and he wanted to order Chinese. So he did, and actually ate some Fu Young. I think he had an egg roll, had some sweet and sour chicken. It was a good day. I guess we got the call about 5 o'clock, 5:30, Sunday morning, where he had called my mother. He had woke up, was in excruciating pain. He actually called a life squad. So life squad took him to the hospital out there near his home, which like Mainville, Ohio. Then my mom was on the way to that hospital, and he notified her that they're airlifting him to another hospital. So I said, wow. And when they said air, I said, that's not a good thing. So anyway, we actually, my wife and I made it to the hospital they were airlifting him to before the helicopter even got there. We watched the helicopter land. They had to go in and do some, I guess the cancer had actually eaten a hole in the stomach. So, I mean, at this late juncture, you kind of question things about, would you do a surgery, knowing that he's, pretty much toward the end? But they did. They opened him up, as the doctor said, kind of patched things up. But they came in this past evening and said, hey, there's a lot of cancer in there. And so I think he realized he's not going to be leaving the hospital. He doesn't know, he said, I don't think I'm going to die tonight, but he was asking about me. I was there till about, I think right about 2 PM. I had to come home to get some rest, so I haven't seen him since he had the surgery, but I will be going out there later on this morning and spend a bit of time with him there. But he did sign, what do they call it, a DNR, do not resuscitate. He confirmed that with the doctors this past evening, so that's where things stand. So Appreciate your concerns. I sent Brother Rambler a message this past evening before his church time there at 5 o'clock Central and said, please, keep us in your prayers. So there's the update. So I so often hear how people that are in their final days might have like a really good day. Yeah, toward the very end, you get that optimism, like, wow, he's they're feeling better, And that was kind of our feeling Saturday evening. And in all likelihood, his favorite, he wanted that Chinese food and was able to get some down. So, and then, like less than 24 hours later, things change. And I've heard so many times over the years that those kind of things tend to happen, but those are the kind of things we all have to, I'm not, asking for a pity party or anything. We all will be going through these things, unless we're the one putting other family members through it. It's just, you never know who goes first, who goes next. So there, you're up to speed here. Industry headlines. Where do we head? Well, I guess that's a positive forward movement. The FMCSA indeed has a new leader, Derek Bars. Actually confirming Bars Friday, managing the nation's trucking regulator, known as the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, even as the federal government is locked in a partial shutdown. So he will be joining Secretary Duffy's team at the Department of Transportation at a time when the Trump administration is promoting funding for some big picture infrastructure projects and revisiting some of the Biden era emissions programs, in most cases scrapping them. Soon after the confirmation, the American Trucking Associations offered a strong endorsement of Bars. And I quote, following extensive advocacy by the ATA, we're pleased the Senate has voted to approve the nomination of Derek Bars to serve as administrator of the FMCSA. President Chris Spear. Mr. Bars' confirmation was long overdue, he says. And with rising concerns about motor vehicle safety enforcement, his leadership is urgently needed to drive accountability, strengthen state-level compliance, and ensure only qualified commercial drivers operate on our nation's roadways. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance Executive Director Colin Mooney also touting the newly confirmed agency chief. We're looking forward to working with the FMCSA Administrator Bars and the FMCSA team to continue to strengthen partnerships, share expertise, enhance safety initiatives. Together, the CVSA and the FMCSA will continue to make meaningful progress toward reducing crashes, saving lives. Of course, if you're not familiar, the former Florida Highway Patrol chief with more than 3 decades in public safety, recognized as an authority on safety policy throughout the commercial transportation sector. During that confirmation hearing earlier this year, Bars detailed the task ahead if he were to be named leader, stating, I understand the FMCSA's action impacts the entire industry. I'm committed to ensuring agency decisions are informed, balanced, and transparent. If confirmed, I will continue to strengthen relationships between government and stakeholders, working together on the shared goal of improving safety on the roads and addressing critical safety issues. Obviously, one of the issues the Department of Transportation and the FMCSA has been the English proficiency and non-domiciled CDL drivers in recent days. Updates on that. We did see, and this was, I guess, new on Friday, if the English proficiency requirements have been on the books for decades, How all of a sudden has it become such a prevalent issue here in just recent days, months? According to Natasha Cruz Sanchez, who is an OOIDA member and a bilingual truck driver, the problem starts at ground level. She said, unfortunately, the states have failed. The system is broken. She actually had a slot on the Fox Hispanic channel last week. And she said, when we have a person who may not know the language and the signs, we cannot blame the truck driver. No one has a license if someone doesn't add their signature. Something I think is very important to remember. When we prepare for license exams, the reality is that reading comprehension is not measured. People memorize the answers. So until there's an exam that determines the level of English and comprehension, unfortunately, these sort of accidents will continue to happen. That is why she's submitted a petition to the FMCSA asking for those English proficiency qualifications to be made essentially as an endorsement, kind of like a hazmat endorsement for tankers, for all drivers. Telling the FMCSA that making English proficiency an endorsement would create uniform standards across the board, nationwide. Many of these recent high-profile crashes placing the spotlight on the safety concerns surrounding CDL drivers who do not have the basic English skills. OOIDA has been saying for years those drivers unable to read road signs and communicate with law enforcement obviously create a safety hazard. Her proposal is being called the Safe Communication Act, English Language Proficiency Endorsement for Truckers. This would make the English language a testable, verifiable, and standardized credential across all jurisdictions when it comes to various states issuing these CDLs. Obviously, this would enhance legal clarity, uphold safety standards, promoting fair, equal treatment for all drivers. Now, that kind of goes right in line with the story Horse Feathers was mentioning. Oklahoma, about 125 illegal immigrants hoping to keep on trucking through Oklahoma. Found an unwelcome surprise being apprehended through Operation Guardian. Governor Kevin Stitt and the Highway Patrol, with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, conducted a targeted enforcement action along I-40 in western Oklahoma. More than 125 illegal immigrants were detained, including citizens from countries like India, Uzbekistan, China, Russia, Turkey, Ukraine, Tajikistan, and several others. These individuals posing safety risk operating 80,000-pound commercial vehicles without proper verification, according to the release. Now, this is the one we kind of headlined where they actually showed the New York State driver's license with no name given on the license, where the name should be, no name given. If New York wants to hand out CDLs to immigrants with no name, that's on them. The moment they cross into Oklahoma, they answer to our laws, he said. The Oklahoma Corporation Commission, which staffs the ports of entry, collaborating with their law enforcement partners. Oklahomans deserve safe highways. So that was the breakdown. Operation Guardian started as a state program to deport illegal immigrants in the custody of the Oklahoma Department of Corrections. This year, that effort has now expanded in partnership with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to remove illegal immigrants from the state. They've expanded their efforts to remove people from the state by having law enforcement agencies actually working with ICE, unlike many of these sanctuary cities. We had the illegal immigrant truck driver arrested after attempting that unlawful U-turn that made national headlines there in Florida that really got the ball rolling on this. Of course, he obtained a commercial driver's license while in California at the same time as being in the country illegally.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
All right, Santa Claus chiming back in there from Sacramento. Said just something I wanted to add in this morning. Yeah, up in Portland, Oregon, our twin grandkids attended an elementary school which is located literally next door to the ICE facility, which has been ground zero for these protests, Antifa. A couple of weeks ago, the school administration were forced to close the school. Yeah, the students have been absorbed into other nearby schools. Yeah, our daughter is also a teacher at that same school. When my wife and I recently visited Portland, we drove by the school/ICE facility. Steve, it looks like a third world country. I can see why Trump wants to deploy troops there. You know, but that's the big fight that's going on. There's an alternative media journalist, Nick Sorter, who on Friday said the Department of Homeland Security is planning something big for Portland. Now, he made that announcement on X after Portland police arrested him late Thursday of last week as he was covering the ongoing Antifa riots there. Sorter wrote, I have been in direct contact with top officials at Department of Homeland Security. What's coming in Portland is unprecedented, he says. Yeah, all thanks to the Portland police exposing themselves by arresting journalists. Great work, Portland. Now, this guy is a conservative journalist with 1.2 million followers on X. Said he was wrongly arrested Thursday after Antifa rioters physically attacked him. This was as big of a surprise to me as it was everybody else. All of a sudden, I'm being jumped by Antifa thugs. I get back up, I stumble away, go back toward the cops where I think, at least, all right, well, maybe that'll be a safer place for me to go. Never suspected I was going to be the target of the arrest. That they were coming in to me. We'll give you more on what he had to say and what is unprecedented, what's coming to Portland. Meanwhile, Tell gets you into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit tell360.com.
Wheel of your future with Transport Enterprise Leasing. You could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry, whether you're starting out or leveling up. Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is pointing fingers at Democratic lawmakers amid the ongoing government shutdown. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson says his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
The reason the government is closed is because Chuck Schumer and 43 of his Democrat colleagues in the Senate have decided now to vote multiple times to keep the government closed. We need them to turn the lights back on.
He also claimed that Democrats are not serious about negotiations and are using the government shutdown for political gain. Johnson's comments come as House Democrats are set to meet virtually tomorrow to discuss the ongoing shutdown. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries posted a letter on his website on Saturday saying that people will die if the Affordable Care Act tax credits are not renewed in the government funding stopgap bill. Top Republicans have vowed to not cave in to Democrats' demands. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says speed is paramount when it comes to a deal to end the war in Gaza. While appearing on ABC's This Week, Rubio says this is not something that can continue to drag out.
We cannot be here 3 weeks from now still discussing, the logistics of how hostages are going to be released. That has to happen very quickly in order for the rest of this deal to gain momentum.
His comments come as President Trump is sending special envoys to the Middle East to try to seal his hostage release deal. Both Israel and Hamas have indicated support for the proposal, but the conditions still need to be negotiated. In a weekend post, Trump said Israel has agreed to the initial withdrawal line that was shared with Hamas. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to revoke temporary protected status for Venezuelan immigrants.
The move overrides a previous federal judge's ruling that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem acted unlawfully when she terminated the protections earlier this year. The protections of roughly 350,000 Venezuelans have now been suspended, putting them at risk of detention or deportation. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The woman shot by federal agents in Chicago on Saturday is in stable condition.
Department of Homeland Security officials claim federal agents were rammed and boxed in by 10 cars Saturday morning. Officials say one of the drivers was armed and officers shot her. 2 people were taken into custody after the incident, but it's unclear if the woman who was shot was one of them. Protests against ICE operations have been ongoing. I'm Jim Forbes.
Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
In a wide-ranging interview with the New York Post's Miranda Devine, Lutnick was asked about the late sex offender, who was also his former neighbor. Lutnick told Devine he'd vowed never again to be in the same room with Epstein after visiting his home and seeing a room where wealthy people received massages, which Lutnick assumed were recorded on video. The Commerce Secretary then said this guy was the greatest blackmailer ever, and he claimed that's how he had money. The FBI and the Department of Justice have not yet commented on Lutnick's remarks. Liz Warner, New York.
A federal judge has granted a temporary restraining order against the federal government stopping National Guard troops from being deployed outside of the ICE building in Portland.
President Trump federalized the Guard to increase security because of demonstrations against immigration policies. Federal Judge Karen Immergut was appointed by President Trump in 2019. The temporary restraining order is in place through October 18th. There was a large demonstration outside of the building today with several people being arrested. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership. truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Another hour underway as we kick off a brand new week. Got us a Monday. Rolling into the 6th day of October here. Closing out the first weekend of the month just like that. Wow. All right, we left off there. We were talking about the alternative media journalist Nick Sorter, who said after his arrest late last week, he said something big is going to be happening in Portland. He didn't say specifically what this unprecedented Homeland Security move was going to be, but just before his post, he shared a letter from Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. The inquiry letter addressed to the Portland Attorney's Office and the Police Bureau requesting documentation and footage regarding Sorter's arrest. In a separate post, Dillon wrote, it's, quote, "About damn time Portland took the law seriously." Dillon also demanded answers about the post-millennial reporter, Katie Davisport, who was actually assaulted by an Antifa rider earlier last week. The Antifa-affiliated subject just started approaching me and waving a flagpole in my face. And when I kind of turned around, she swung it like a baseball bat, directly hit her in the eye. I've seen some of her interviews after that attack. She appeared on numerous interviews with a big shiner, a big black eye. She actually followed her attacker to identify the woman to nearby police. Portland police refused to come in and make an arrest. I had 3 officers just standing there watching me try to hunt down the suspect, she said. Police released a statement the following day saying that police, the dialogue liaison officer, a sworn officer not allowed to make arrest, had tried talking with Daviscourt's attacker on the night of the incident. The dialogue officer tried to talk to the suspect to hear her side of the story. She would not stop, according to the DLO, the dialogue officer. She refused a lawful order from police to stop fleeing the scene. Police still have not apprehended that subject, but both Sorter and Daviscourt have been extensively covering the ongoing riots in Portland that have been going on for months now, all the way back to June the 2nd. Centered on Portland's Immigration and Customs Enforcement building. Now, we know on September 22nd, the president signed an executive order designating Antifa as a terrorist organization. On the 27th, he ordered a crackdown at the request of the Secretary of Homeland Security, Kirsty Noem. I am directing the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I am also authorizing full force if necessary. Yeah, question, what does full force mean? Thank you for your attention to this matter. So I don't know, we'll see what is on the horizon there in Portland. All right, I know Grump wanted to talk about, we were talking about the English language proficiency, some of these trucking standards got you coming up. Buckwheat checks up. Morning, Buckwheat, how we doing?
Good morning. Oh, we're licking our wounds this morning, Steve. Every sporting team this weekend that I was rooting for lost.
Uh-oh.
My Penn State, Phillies, my Eagles. Man, I'm a little bit blue this morning, but anyhow, hey, life goes on. Yeah, when I left the house there this morning, Cream of Wheat was standing guard in the living room between the bedroom and the kitchen. Ashton Mario Kart has his surgery today at 11 o'clock, and he's not allowed to have any food or liquid, and so she's enforcing this there. The poor guy don't know what's going on, but
right.
Anyhow, we'll get through it, but yeah, that's life. But yeah, I listened to Joe Sterling, and he on I think it was Thursday afternoon's program. He went into detail about the lockdown. What he suspects the major sticking point is, and I can't say as good as he did, but anyhow, he was saying that all these extra health benefits that were put in after COVID for these illegal immigrants, the hospitals getting paid and stuff for treating them, comes to an end at the end of this year. And the Democrats are really trying to get them to be reinstated,
Correct.
And actually the hospitals are making money, the insurance companies are making money because of it. And, everybody is, they're going to be losing a lot of money. And, well, I don't want to lose money either, but, you just can't pay the bill for illegal immigrants that don't belong here. That's my theory, but yeah, so I don't know what's going to happen. I hope the Republicans don't cave. All too often Republicans cave, but I didn't know too much about our Democrat senator. I can't forget his name, from Pennsylvania. I didn't think he acted right, dressing in sweatpants and stuff in the Senate office, but at least he's smart enough to vote for the continuing resolution. So
right.
At least I can say Pennsylvania is helping the Republicans. But so anyhow, yeah. And then also I caught I'm friends with Joel Moore, or I can't pronounce his last name right, but he had on his post, I caught it yesterday, I'm not sure when he put it on Facebook, but he was saying one of the ways of fixing this trucking, problem, get all the, he agreed with getting the non-English speaking drivers out of the system, and and a couple other things. But one of the things he said is get everybody, all truck drivers, to get paid by the hour. I mean, all of our logs are done by the hour, everything like that, and overtime after 40, and and stuff like that, and get rid of all the mileage pay and the
detention
percentage load pay. Yeah, so I don't know if that would fix the problems or not, but I get paid by the hour, so, but yeah, I know some people pay by the mile and percentage, they probably want to keep it that way, so I don't know. It's all numbers, everybody will work it out, and yeah, but anyhow, so Yeah, I'm sorry about your uncle there dying, or not dying, on his deathbed.
Yeah.
And you watching your loved one suffer, that has to be very difficult. And my father, I shared before, when he died, it was only a couple days, but that was hard enough, and so But anyhow, we're on our way to New York City. We got a pretty big load today. We got 3/4 of a load of eggs and a bunch of apple cider and some meat products. 1 skid of meat products, so we can at least say that. But the people in New York City can have apple cider with their eggs this morning instead of orange juice. I like apple cider, but some people don't. But anyhow, well, I guess that's all I have. I'll speak at you later.
All right, safe journey there into the belly of the beast, rolling into New York. But he does it on a daily basis. All righty, 16 past the hour.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And good morning to Billy, who says, good morning to the overnight drive, folks. 65 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. Happy Monday. Greatest day of the week. Yeah, he said that. All right, Grump, welcome back.
Yeah. I wanted to say something about this deal going up to Portland here that you was talking about there. So many times the police commissioners and people like that are appointed by the city managers, and to me, they're unelected bureaucrats. Number one, they're hired for a job, but yet they seem to carry so much weight that I know the one that we had, or still have there in town, we had a fire commissioner that had been, good guy. He had been on the job for, 31 years or something like that. That was the first thing they did when they hired that city manager. Is that bastard went in there and fired him, just because, he thought he was dead weight, and, so he had basically had forced to retire. And, this guy's a jerk anyway. I mean, his salary was I believe it was $87,000 a year, and then he bumped it up to $190,000 a year. And it was approved through the council and all that, city council and all that. But I don't see why in the world that they're not petitioning these police departments to separate from city politics. They're hired to do a job. I know if I was a police chief and some city manager or mayor or anybody else come up and says, I don't want you arresting these people, I'd turn around and say, kiss here. If they break the law, they go to jail. It's just all.
Mm-hmm.
This dereliction of duty crap that's going on right now in Portland, every damn one of them ought to be fired and forcibly removed. It's not the people in Portland. I've been in there before when they've had their little riots and, their uprisings and stuff back in 2020. They had a busload of those idiots that showed up at one of the truck stops right there on the edge of town. And we kind of met them, told them, get out of there, get their asses whipped. One of the two. That's just the way it was. Of course, there was some, there was some adult beverages involved in it, but, they just found out real quick that nobody cared there that was going to put up with their crap, So I just hope that they, snap out of it and they start locking up some of these city managers and even mayors or whoever for obstruction of justice when they should be locking people's butts up. You cannot have this crap running the streets and have this political divide like it's some normal way to be. It's not. That is anarchy right there, and they don't need it. But anyway, this gal was talking that she was talking about, the lady that was talking about writing this bill. Is it a bill that she was talking about that she wants to try to get pushed through Congress?
What do you call it? It's a proposal, I guess.
This is something I don't understand, Steve. When you break down 49 CFR is 1,254 pages long. And when you get the subtext and you get all of the provisions and everything that the states have that was born from 49 CFR, here you just got a package that DOT has to look over that's over 30,000 pages because each state can put their little pinch of sugar on whatever they want to put it on there. And this is the breakdown. This is the problem. All right, California's complete jackasses. They just do whatever they want to do. They give license to illegals. There's no repercussions from it because of the Immunities Act so much that people can sue them till the cows come home. They may win something. They may not in a civil lawsuit if they can find somebody. Civil lawsuits are majority rules. They can have, 12 people there in a jury pool, but if 7 of them says that we find that there is cause for you to be held culpable for this, then they're going to get some money, or maybe if they pay. If they don't, then they got to get another civil lawsuit on getting paid.
Mm-hmm.
But it's this has come about to where if they would just dig into 49 CFR, it's clear in there to where you have to speak English. If all these scales and everybody out here, all the DOT of the states was to be federalized, let's just look at that right now. Federal DOT, Sean Duffy has just right at 59,000 employees that works under him. How many of them's working in the states as DOT officers that's trying to keep up with this? And I mean going to DMVs and places like that. I don't know what California's DMV is like, but I know where I live, they're all contractors. The DMV offices are provided by the state, but all employees and everybody that works in there are contractors that works, for whoever bids that job, whoever gets it. And I think this is something that needs to stop. Every CDL needs to carry a federal stamp to it. It needs to be federalized. That means that you need to have doctors that are not looking, that somebody can go to that's not saying, well, hell, you don't speak English, so I'm going to send you to a bilingual doctor to get a DOT physical. They need to put all this back on the companies and from the very start, whoever's doing the pre-employment screening of these people. I mean, they don't just step up and say, I want a CDL. You know, hell, they got a process they got to go to. But it's the states that are awarding these CDLs that ought to be held full, liable for everything that happens out here on the highway. You know, I've said it 1,000 times. You know, the problem with bringing in immigrant drivers is they bring their driving habits with them.
Right.
You know, what they're used to doing in India and all these other places, that's exactly what they think they can get by with here. And there is no accountability of it, not whatsoever. I commend Oklahoma. Missouri's they've been doing some of their, it's been a little more low key, but they have been doing the same thing, doing some checks at the scales and things like that. And if they're not proficient, they park them. You know, they're not arresting them. I don't think the way Oklahoma is and sending them home the way Oklahoma is. But, you know, if Oklahoma can do it, every damn state can do it. You know, that's the point right there. And I haven't seen a lot of trucks that are off the road, you know, put it that way. I still see a great number of individuals in truck stops that get out of trucks that can't hardly speak English. I got behind one yesterday morning. I pulled up at the pump, and they're sitting out there. Him and another guy is driving. They're parked on the pump, and not one truck out of 9 damn pumps out there was fueling their truck. So I pulled up behind these guys. The guy's got his door open. They're sitting on the pump, you know, right there beside it, eating a damn sandwich. I said, dude, can you pull up? And, you know, I might as well ask him for a kidney or a heart or something, because he had no idea what the hell I was speaking of, you know, what I was saying.
Mm-hmm.
So I just pointed and I pulled up and, pointed toward him, pull up, and then he pulled up. But this is the problem. This is the problem. I mean, it's still happening. You read it the other day, you know, how many they'd shut down. I think it was 286 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That Sean Duffy quoted that they had taken off the road, you know, somewhere. How many times you see this crap pop up on Facebook and things like that? Well, 200,000 got arrested, you know, or 200,000 got their license pulled. Bull. That's all a bunch of crap.
Correct.
I mean, they're chipping away at it, you know, but people don't need to be putting a lot of faith in that. And until the federal government starts holding the local governments accountable for all this, and every DMV office that's whether it's ran by the state or it's a contractor like ours, they need to hold them accountable. You know, they need to fire them and say, hey, look, you know, this your contract depends on you, you know, getting this right. And I don't know. I just think that that's one reason why they went to the CDL, you know, instead of your local till the state license and everything. They went to the CDL because they wanted to nationalize everything and make it one procedure, one type of license that you know, you could operate in every state and blah blah blah, and it went on and went on.
But now every state has their own differing standards, right? And languages you can take the test in. We pause there. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is pointing fingers at Democratic lawmakers amid the ongoing government shutdown. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson says his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
The reason the government is closed is because Chuck Schumer and 43 of his Democrat colleagues in the Senate have decided now to vote multiple times to keep the government closed.
He also claimed that Democrats are not serious about negotiations and are using the government shutdown for political gain. Johnson's comments come as House Democrats are set to meet virtually tomorrow to discuss the ongoing shutdown. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to revoke temporary protected status for Venezuelan immigrants.
The move overrides a previous federal judge's ruling that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem acted unlawfully when she terminated the protections earlier this year. The protections of roughly 350,000 Venezuelans have now been suspended. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare.
Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, back at it here. We were talking with the Grump about can't have the likes of these non-stop, night after night after night. Violence in the streets, Antifa. It's not like the whole community, but according to some of the reporters that have been on the ground there are several blocks that they pretty much take control of every night. Now, the update over the weekend, of course, the president authorizing the deployment of National Guard troops to Chicago after a federal agent shot a motorist there over the weekend, Saturday. Meanwhile, apparently a federal judge temporarily blocking his effort to send troops to Portland. White House spokesperson Abigail Jackson said 300 National Guardsmen would be sent to Chicago to protect federal officers and assets after weeks of warnings from the administration about possible federal intervention if the city doesn't act to curb the violence. Jackson said President Trump will not turn a blind eye to the lawlessness plaguing our cities. Now in Portland, U.S. District Judge Karen Immergut apparently issued a temporary restraining order preventing the administration from deploying troops to that city. The judge writes, the government has not shown that recent incidents of violence amounted to an organized attempt to overthrow the government. She said protests in Portland did not present a danger of rebellion. Regular law enforcement is capable of handling the unrest. Oregon Senator Ron Wyden praised the ruling, saying it confirmed that Oregonians do not need or want federal troops to provoke violence in our state, like it doesn't exist, right? All right, White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller criticizing the order, saying calling it a legal insurrection, accusing Oregon officials of tolerating an organized terrorist attack on the federal government. All right, so it's just back and forth they go, but every time you turn around, as you were talking about, you got these activist federal judge, trying to stop everything the administration does to enforce the law.
Yeah, that's absolutely asinine. It's ridiculous. Number one, that they believe that there's not enough civil unrest up there that warrants federal troops, especially when local law enforcement is sitting on their hands doing absolutely nothing because that's exactly what they're told to do. It's sickening, number one, to see a federal judge that was appointed by Trump, number one, to talk about there's not enough civil unrest or there's not a government taking over anything. Well, hell, that's not the purpose of it. We've deployed troops for civil unrest for decades. I mean, look at not just the immigration, but for civil rights acts and things. We've had to have actual federal troops deployed during that. I don't like seeing federal troops on our, U.S. troops on our city streets or having to enforce laws against American people. That should be reserved to get about killing foreigners and people like that. But the problem is that if you have no one there that is willing to get off their butt and enforce the laws on the books and start locking these. It's like I posted something the other day that I wished every damn one of these guys would be deemed as terrorists and just politely march their asses out to the airport, put them on a plane, fly them to Guantanamo Bay, and never heard from again. Just lock their butts up as a domestic terrorist. Give them their due process, which is, was you there to cause civil unrest? Yes, I was. Well, there you go. You're done. But it's, getting back to the trucking, Steve, here, I'm not sure why in the hell that, we got that many DOT employees. I know a lot of them work for the TSA, and, that's where the majority of this is, I would think. But it seems to me like there could be more of a state reimbursement for conducting more of these traffic stops and things like that at the scales. And you remember what I told you about Oklahoma initially? Whenever I stopped down there, I was talking to one of the inspectors, and I said, "You guys going to start enforcing this?" They said, "No." They said, "Not until the governor says so." I said, "Well, they got that, they got that executive order going." He said, "Doesn't mean a thing. We're until the governor tells us to start doing this, then that's when we start doing it." But he said they would do it, anyway, if they went out to an accident or something like that, and the guy, whoever was involved in the accident didn't speak English, then they would handle it appropriately. But they got to change the mindset of this. I mean, they got to stop this business where states can just arbitrarily change laws to suit them, or insert language in there that would prevent, or that would allow these idiots that just come from foreign countries or whatever just to crawl behind a damn steering wheel and start driving a truck. When I was a police officer years ago, we had a bad problem with illegals. They would either be in box trucks or some would be in tractor trailers, no license whatsoever, would haul apples out of the apple orchards, and they would take them to Virginia, and they would take them to other places where they had apple mills. And we get to pulling them over once in a while when when you'd see them, and most times they would leave out at night. I grabbed one guy one time, and he had $9,000 in his damn pocket, illegal, come out of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
He spoke English enough. He'd been deported 1,000 times. We ran him through immigration and customs. He's been deported several times, but we don't have anybody can come pick him up. Of course, that was back in them days. That was under Clinton, and damn, what are you going to do here? So I come up with this brilliant idea. We took the $9,000. I went to the bank, got a cashier's check, and mailed the damn thing to the customs office in El Paso, where he come across. Said, "You want your money?" It's sitting at the Border Patrol office there in El Paso. Well, when they grab him, they take him back across the state, back across the the border and stuff. Hell, he beats them back over, and nobody does anything. So, this has been a long time coming on getting some kind of order in this industry, and because it's not just that they let brokers run wild that hires whoever. They can have a brokerage license, brokerage DOT number, and they can have their act as a across the hall. They can start up a trucking company across the hall that hires nothing but contractors, just like the company I work for. We're all owner operators here. But if this is the case, and these damn brokers can pop up anywhere, we've talked about these chameleon companies and things like that when they owe people money. Hell, they're buying old junk trucks and letting these guys lease these things, and they're out here, making money. Who's going to do that other than illegal immigrants or people that comes here, maybe legally, but is looking for something different than what they came here for, So they're, putting them in the trucks and stuff like that for that fast buck, and it's just, it's causing a lot of problems. And the federal government has to get involved in this. They have to create some kind of I don't know what you'd call a register of some sort, other than what they have, that every driver's in that register, and start getting the states involved in actually enforcing the federal rules, and get on some of these states' butts about how they're so laxed in some of the standards that they put on 49 CFR, or how they're rewriting some of the damn laws, or it's open for their interpretation. I mean, I can read a statute there in 49 CFR, and then some officer's going to read it, and he, it's so ambiguous that he's going to sit there and go, well, this is the way I look at it. You're in violation, even though I know I'm not. So this is a problem in itself. They should not allow that, that ambiguity to happen in that regulation. It should be black and white, and it hasn't been, for so many years. And then you got this lady that says, well, we need to, run this through and do this standard. Hell, the standard's there, and that's the problem when you start rewriting things and getting more regulations involved in it. It allows, look how California's went nuts on the EPA regulations with CARB, and what the hell's happened to them? They went up in front of the Supreme Court several times, and everything's been upheld. It's ridiculous that this has to happen. There needs to be one kind of set standard, but as long as you're letting states and other people kind of, say, well, this is a federal society, we can go ahead and take charge of who's in our state. Well, we're authorized free travel among the several states. That's in the damn Constitution. But, apparently, we need, since so much of trucking depends so heavily on interstate commerce, there should be one set of damn rules, and not 48 here for the lower state. Go to Alaska and it's completely nuts. You know, I used to run up there all the time, and it was just hell. You could get pulled over when you come in the state there at Toke. Go get on over to Santa Claus or somewhere like that, and they'll pull you in again and do another inspection. They didn't honor each other inspections. You know, one missed something, the other one would find it, or they both found the same thing that, you know, that was a little bit goofy and write you a ticket for both of it. So, yeah, we need to get back to the basics of this and get this whole damn thing situated to where, you know, the laws are enforced and they're not interpreted where one state can say, no, we're not going to do this, and the other one says, yeah, we're going to do it, you know, twice as hard. You know, it's ridiculous. They need federal inspectors in these damn scales and stuff like that. It wouldn't bother me if they didn't federalize and just buy the scales off of them and have one set of standards and tell the states just kind of, you know, knock it off. I mean, I talk to a captain all the time there in here in Missouri, and he's in charge of the commercial vehicle section, and a good guy, knows every law, every regulation, that you talk about. And he, you know, he'll tell you the what they bust people on the most is personal conveyance, and you know, he said it's too open, it's too broad. And I said, well, hell, it seems to me like every part of it's too open and too broad. You know, as far as you know, what you consider on duty, what some doesn't, or, you know, things like that. And he said, yeah, it's true, but I don't know, man. It's we're in for a rocky road here until they get all this immigration crap straightened out and get the people that you know, the bad characters and the bad players off the highway. This is what we're up against. So anyway, that was my 2 cents.
Well, Grump, I appreciate you checking back in here on an early Monday. Meanwhile, north of the border, it's not like these sort of issues are confined just here in the USA. Word from, I believe, Landline, that or maybe FreightWaves, Canadian transportation authorities taking sweeping action against several truck driver training schools and trucking companies in an effort to improve safety, cracking down on bad actors in the trucking industry. Friday, authorities announced that 5 trucking schools have been ordered to close by the government of Alberta, Canada, part of an increase in oversight of driver training schools and carriers through inspections, audits, and targeted investigation. In addition to ordering the closure of the trucking schools, Alberta's government also issued 39 disciplinary letters, more than $100,000 in administrative penalties, 6 corrective action plans, revoked 12 instructor licenses, and sent 4 warning letters to driver examiners. Government officials also taking action to remove 13 Alberta area trucking companies from the road for poor on-road performance, unsafe equipment, or failure to meet mandatory safety standards. Of the 13 trucking companies taken off the road, officials say that 7 had been identified as chameleon carriers, companies that change their names to avoid regulatory oversight, creating new entities or relocating operations across jurisdictions. They didn't provide information on which trucking schools or trucking companies faced disciplinary action. Alberta, they tell us, is also targeting the misclassified driver scheme known as Drivers, Inc., where companies hire drivers as independent contractors to avoid payroll taxes and benefits. These drivers often lack proper training and oversight and are vulnerable to exploitation. In July of this year, a week-long commercial driver status and classification check stop revealed that 20% of the 195 drivers stopped were suspected of being misclassified, including several temporary foreign workers. According to Alberta's Minister of Transportation, our family's safety will not be put at risk by reckless operators who ignore the rules. Anyone cutting corners or operating unsafe trucks will be removed from the road. So there you go. Alberta, at least, acting similar to the line here in the USA. 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The topic of the non-domiciled truck drivers. Legislation introduced in the wake of the crackdown on non-domiciled commercial drivers potentially could help truck drivers from U.S. territories avoid restrictions and complications that are now being faced by foreign truck drivers. I'd be interested to get your take. Commercial truck drivers from, say, Puerto Rico or the U.S. Virgin Islands. Yeah, I can speak from experience, being on some of these islands via cruises, and we've been, of course, to Puerto Rico on a number of occasions. I don't know. Are their driving habits? Are they safe enough to be on the mainland U.S. interstate highways. According to Representative Stacey Plaskett of the Virgin Islands, she feels they are. She's introduced the bill that would amend federal law to grant the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico eligibility to issue commercial driver's license and for other purposes. All right, the summary of the full legislation not available, but the summary is kind of similar to legislation that was introduced back in 2023. It died in Congress. It was introduced by Puerto Rico's previous resident commissioner. A bill that sought to correct the statutory exclusion of Puerto Rico from the federal definition of state under the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration CDL program. Now, the absence of that clarification has led to licenses issued by agencies within U.S. territories being treated by the federal government as if they were issued by a foreign country, even though individuals born there are U.S. citizens. That means drivers that are domiciled in Puerto Rico or the U.S. Virgin Islands who want to drive truck on the mainland typically have to obtain a non-domiciled CDL from a compliant U.S. state. So again, similar to the 2023 legislation that would close that administrative gap by explicitly making the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico a state for CDL purposes and would provide full compliance and reciprocity under the Federal Commercial Motor Vehicle Safety Act. Now, the FMCSA's clamping down on non-domiciled CDLs does provide an exception for U.S. territories. However, some are predicting the rule could have a chilling effect on all non-domiciled CDLs. Now, if so, the legislation, if enacted, they say could provide relief for drivers from the Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico who are either currently working or want to seek employment on the mainland. I don't know, good idea, not such a good idea, non-domiciled. It is 844-844-3388 as we roll up to the midnight hour on the West Coast. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett says layoffs could be on the horizon amid the ongoing government shutdown. During an appearance on CNN's State of the Union, Hassett said the decision could be forced if talks continue to stall.
I think that if the president decides that the negotiations are absolutely going nowhere, then there will start to be layoffs.
Hassett also called on Democratic lawmakers to show leadership and make a deal to end the shutdown. His comments come as President Trump has promised federal layoffs and said he would use the shutdown to decide which Democratic agencies he's going to close. President Trump says he thinks the hostages will start being freed very soon. Trump spoke briefly to reporters as he left the White House on his way to Norfolk, Virginia for a kickoff celebration of the Navy's 250th birthday.
They're in negotiation right now as we speak. They've started the negotiation. It'll last a couple of days. We'll see how it turns out, but I'm hearing it's going very well.
Both Israel and Hamas have indicated support for Trump's 20-point proposal to end the war in Gaza, but with conditions that still need to be negotiated. In a weekend post, Trump said that Israel has agreed to the initial withdrawal line and it was shared with Hamas. Trump added the ceasefire would be immediately effective and the hostage exchange can begin. Purdue University researchers traveled to the South Pacific in search of wreckage from Amelia Earhart's lost airplane.
Next month, the research team inspects an underwater object which has been visible in photos from a lagoon located on a small island in Kiribati since the 1930s in an effort to identify it. Earhart was attempting to become the first female pilot to circle the world when she and navigator Fred Noonan disappeared over the Pacific Ocean in 1937. The object is about 400 miles southeast of Howland Island, which was Earhart and Noonan's planned destination. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in. Save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. At 100radioshows.com.
Japan is poised to have its first female prime minister.
The country's governing party elected Sanai Takaichi as its new leader today. She beat her male political rival in a second-round runoff vote to become leader of the conservative Liberal Democratic Party. The leadership race began last month when Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba announced he would step down after a year in office. While Takaichi is likely to become Japan's next prime minister when Parliament votes later this month, it's not guaranteed since the LDP-led coalition lost its majority in both houses this year. I'm Lisa Carton.
The Trump administration is reversing cuts to counterterrorism safety efforts in New York.
New York officials highlighted last week that the state is facing $187 million in cuts to grants that fund counterterrorism measures. Governor Kathy Hochul says those cuts are now being restored. She says President Trump heard the call and reversed course, ensuring the state's got the resources necessary to support law enforcement. Scott Pringle, New York.
Apple is removing ice tracking devices from its App Store.
The tech company said Thursday night that it was removing IceBlock and other apps that are used to report sightings of ICE agents. CNBC says the move was made after Attorney General Pam Bondi put pressure on Apple to take down the app. The FBI said last week that the gunman who killed 2 immigrants at a Dallas ICE facility had been using the app to track ICE agents. IceBlock has been downloaded over 1 million times since it was introduced earlier this year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Don't get stuck.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Welcome into a Monday for our friends on the West Coast as we cross over the midnight hour. So here we are, 6th day of October. James chiming in. We were talking about these judges ruling from the bench. You know, these liberal, left-leaning judges. Trump needs to ignore these judges in a time like this. And I think that's pretty much what they're looking to do when it comes to Portland. Hello to Nancy. She said Portland doesn't want the troops, the federal troops, but they want the federal funds. Yes, indeed. Kick things off this hour, some other industry headlines. This past week, the bulk transportation company Trimac Transportation announcing the acquisition of a Texas-based carrier specializing in chemical hauling. Trimac announced the purchase of Service Transport Company, a chemical hauler headquartered in Houston with 16 locations and 4 tank wash facilities across the U.S. Gulf Coast. STC, founded in 1965, operates a fleet of approximately 290 tractors, 750 trailers, employs more than 300 truck drivers. Trimac noted that STC serves a diversified portfolio of top chemical producers, including leading shipments of hydrogen peroxide, acrylic acid, solvents, other specialty products. These commodities are also core to Trimac's service offering, reinforcing the strategic fit, enabling both companies to deliver enhanced value to customers across North America. Service transport companies build a reputation for safety, reliability, customer service. We're thrilled to welcome them into the Trimac family, according to the president and CEO of Trimac. All right, Trimac, founded in 1945. They're actually headquartered in Calgary, Alberta. Okay, under the mergers and acquisitions. Meanwhile, Walmart is ready to build a $300 million fulfillment center in North Carolina that will focus on shipping large items like patio furniture and lawnmowers directly to customers as soon as the next day. According to North Carolina Governor Josh Stein, the 1.2 million square foot facility will be located in Kings Mountain near Gastonia, expected to open in 2027, according to the news release. As our e-commerce business continues to grow, this new fulfillment center will play a critical role in helping serve customers faster, according to Walmart's U.S. Senior Vice President of Supply Chain. Now, of course, we know Walmart operates more than 214 stores and Sam's Club in North Carolina alone, as well as 7 distribution centers. The new facility expected to employ about 300 people. Commerce Department will provide a job development grant of $4 million over 12 years. Contingent on the company creating the number of jobs they've promised, Walmart operates 29 dedicated e-commerce fulfillment centers, according to the latest annual report. They are scheduled to open a 5th next-generation fulfillment center in Stockton, California next year to fulfill online orders there on the West Coast. And Brain Dead joins us as it's a Monday for me. What day is it for you?
I forgot, Steve. I'm being serious. I totally forgot. I got off yesterday morning, and I got home, took my medicine, and went and laid down. And I took the Sunday's medicine for Saturday. So I'm a day off somewhere. But I heard about your weekend there, buddy. I'm sorry to hear about your Uncle Fred there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, but a little bit of sporting stuff over the weekend. I know you were kind of incognito there, so I heard part of Big Ed and Grump talking about college football. There's one team everybody's overlooking. That's Memphis Tigers. You know, the ones that beat Arkansas. They are, I think they're 5-0, and I believe now they're bowl eligible. And I've seen some of the quote-unquote expert projections that putting them in the top 12. I wouldn't go that far. I would probably say maybe the top 20, but I wouldn't go up that far. So, But I know Mavala's this weekend got a good test. We got to go to Arkansas. We got to play Arkansas this weekend with Bobby Patino. So it's going to be a fun weekend this upcoming weekend. So, and you said you didn't catch any of the baseball games, right?
Not a bit.
Well, you can go ahead and turn off the AL side. The Yankees are just getting demolished by the Blue Jays. I mean, they lost both games over the weekend, 12 or 13 to 3. I mean, they seriously. I don't know if I overestimated the Yankees or underestimated the Blue Jays, but right now though anything's possible. It's 2-0 right now on the Blue Jay side. So
the Blue.
I did see though.
In other words, they've got to win. They've got to win 1 out of 3, right? Because it's a best of 5. Is that correct?
Correct. They got to win. The Blue. If the Blue Jays win, they're going into the championship round. And if I think right, and I know Detroit. I believe Detroit plays today. I'll have to go back in my calendar and look, but. Needless to say, though, it's getting good. It's getting really good. You know, like the Dodgers. You know, if the Phillies have got to straighten up against the Dodgers right now. The Dodgers, any team that faces the Dodgers have got to shut down Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Shohei Ohtani. That is their 3 biggest weapons right there. If you can shut 1 or 2 of them down, you got a chance of winning the game. But other than that, good luck. So, real quick, I saw this blurb a little while ago. Now, Steve, you know, we had that NASCAR race today. That kid Shane Van Gissenberg won that thing. You know, I tell you, they might as well just go ahead and hand him the trophy at every
lo and behold. So that was
road course race from now on.
Was that the Roval thing, as they call it?
Yep, the Roval.
Okay.
And here's an interesting fact. And I didn't know this. And, you know, I'm a somewhat uber, NASCAR fan. The reason they came up with the Roval is to help cut down the time they used to set up for the Christmas light display. Because at Charlotte Motor Speedway coming up, think about the beginning of, not the beginning, but around the start of Thanksgiving, all the way up to January the 4th, if I remember right, or somewhere in that area, they have 5 million lights around this drive-through Christmas light display. You know how it.
Yeah,
right. Nights like that here in Memphis, but it's 5 million lights, and they turn the track inside. And you can go on YouTube. Believe it or not, you can go on YouTube and you can see what I'm saying, and you can see where. And you can follow the people around how the roval is. So I imagine that's why they came up with the idea for the roval. But me personally, though, that roval racing just sucks. It ain't no good at all. But Steve, you might want to grab your little bubble wrap helmet there. It's about to get deep and quick, buddy. The charters are back in the news again. And, we're about a little less than 2 months away from the actual trial of this whole charter. And there was a letter sent to NASCAR from 9 of the 13 charter teams. And there's some heavy hitters here. Other than Trackhouse and Spire, you've got Joe Gibbs, Penske, and Hendrick, all saying the same thing. Need to come to the table, come to an agreement, and end this, because this is killing everything. Sponsors are not looking to come in. It's hard enough right now to find a sponsor, and yet you've got this bunch of crap going on. Need to come to some sort of resolution agreement. Denny Hamlin said, if I remember right in his little podcast, he said that they reached out to try to meet with NASCAR to come to a resolution, and NASCAR has failed to even budge and even come an inch. So it kind of tells me that NASCAR wants it their way or their way. They don't want to compromise.
Mm-hmm.
They want to go by with what the ruling is. And this ruling could change the whole landscape of the way this sport is done. I mean, it's like Philip said, the NASCAR is dying. Well, yeah, NASCAR is dying. I mean, not many people want to go. I mean, why do you want to spend $75 for a ticket and $20 for a beer, and you can sit at home and catch it on YouTube for free? And I mean, and you're going to start seeing a lot of your sporting what do you call them, events go to streaming, because that's where all the revenue is. That's where everybody's going. That's where all these young people are going. They're cutting the cord.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really, and I do agree, it is sad that you got to pay for 4 and 5 and 6 subscriptions to get what you want to really get. But there's that whole YouTube highlights thing. But they're trying to get things done before the trial. NASCAR is refusing to budge. So I don't know anymore, Steve. I'm ready for the trial. I'm ready to see what all's going to come out, and I'm really ready to see what's going to be exposed.
Might get interesting.
Yeah, but by the way, I know you haven't heard from Gilligan this week, but have you received any package from that JMBSEG whatever enterprises he's got?
I have not. No. What am I expecting?
Oh.
No, wait a minute.
He has come up with this new smoothie drink. And I'm going to tell you what, stay as far away from it as possible. You want to know what he used in that thing?
I hate to ask.
He used habanero peppers, ghost peppers, chili peppers, and Carolina Reaper peppers. It's called the Burn Your... Well, I'll let you fill in the blank, but I got to go now.
All righty. Yeah.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
I came across a post over the weekend from our old pal Scott Greenearth. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to chat with Scott. Hope he's doing well, but what he was sharing is for those that move freight in southwest Detroit, where they say residents there who have petitioned since 1938 for trucks off their streets could see improvements in the quality of life starting today, Monday, October 6th. They say truck traffic is prohibited or limited in many key corridors to reduce the impact on residents and small businesses. Obviously, local businesses, local deliveries will maintain access. Restrictions, they tell us, will be enforced by police. According to the press conference last week, residents have had to, they say, tolerate noise, dust, safety challenges of trucks going down their streets at all hours of the day and often during the night. According to the deputy director of Detroit's Department of Public Works, trucks have been using many of the streets in southwest Detroit as a cut-through to access the freeway because it's the quickest way, and frankly, we've been letting them do it, he said. Now, the plan restricts truck traffic on all residential streets and certain roads like Livernois, Dragoon, Clark, Scotton, West Grand Boulevard. Limited deliveries on commercial quarters such as West Vernon, Spring Wells, designates like Dix, Michigan, the I-75 Service Drive, and several others. The restrictions, they say, will be accompanied by traffic enforcement And education, according to the executive director of the Southwest Detroit Environmental Vision, they said, we are beyond thrilled about this announcement. Yeah, who are we in Southwest Detroit when we don't spend 90% of our energy fighting to breathe, fighting because there's trucks rumbling down our streets at 11 at night or 5 in the morning? While these routes, they say, take effect today, City Council member Gabrielle Romero said she's going to work with the city law department to formally revise the city's ordinances to strengthen trucking regulations and impose a stricter fine to incentivize companies and their drivers to follow city law. We need to make these ordinance changes this year, she said. She represents Southwest Detroit. Now, Thomas Rogers, Communications and Engagement Manager for Romero's office, said the truck routes and restrictions going into effect today will be newly enforced as part of existing codes. Yeah, they did say truck restrictions could be applied to other parts of the city. Yeah, we know the issue is the most severe here. Let's see how it works, what kind of response we get from the industry, what kind of compliance. As we get our enforcement strengthened even more, we'll start to look at the other areas. When asked whether the city should have acted sooner, he said, we wanted to have all of our ducks in a row to minimize unintended consequences. What we didn't want was to just respond to the loudest voice in the room and say, yeah, we're just going to put up no truck signs. All right, so the consequence of that would have been they just go to the next street. So these route restrictions will be enforced by police through multiple methods, they say. Non-compliant truck drivers and their employers will receive driver and commercial operator company citations, respectively. If a company or driver incur multiple violations, the city can go after their commercial driver's license, which will prohibit them from operating commercial vehicles. It is a serious violation. This is a lot more than a parking ticket, he said. Yeah, once the system is launched on the city's websites, they said residents will be able to report non-compliant trucks. He said the city does not yet have a hotline, but residents can reach out to their neighborhood police officers for enforcement. So again, that starts today. We'll see how that goes. Obviously, I'm not real familiar with the layout there, Southwest Detroit, but I guarantee you, there's going to be a lot of drivers that are accustomed to taking those roads. Probably many that maybe do not know how to read the signs that may say no through trucks. All right, we'll keep an eye on that, let you know. Meanwhile, rolling toward news break here. It's 844-844-3388. Looks like Eagle checks in this early Monday following the news break. Layoffs looming as the Speaker of the House pressing Democrats as the government shutdown continues. Who might be facing the axe? And we're not saying furlough, we're saying layoff. Means no job, no pay. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. House Speaker Mike Johnson is pointing fingers at Democratic lawmakers amid the ongoing government shutdown. While appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, Johnson says his colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not working to fix the issue.
The reason the government is closed is because Chuck Schumer and 43 of his Democrat colleagues in the Senate have decided now to vote multiple times to keep the government closed.
He also claimed that Democrats are not serious about negotiations and are using the government shutdown for political gain. Johnson's comments come as House Democrats are set to meet virtually tomorrow to discuss the ongoing shutdown. The Supreme Court is permitting the Trump administration to revoke temporary protected status for Venezuelan immigrants.
The move overrides a previous federal judge's ruling that Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem acted unlawfully when she terminated the protections earlier this year. The protections of roughly 350,000 Venezuelans have now been suspended. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Rolling into a Monday. Get the new week underway. Now, I find it fascinating when you come across Every once in a while, you'll find one of these old menus, like a McDonald's menu from 1970, whatever. And, when you can get a cheeseburger, order of fries, and a milkshake for under $1. Yeah, the good old days. I'm looking at a vintage KFC menu from Pennsylvania that featured the barrel of chicken. Yeah, they had the family bucket, but they actually had a barrel of chicken. 21 pieces of chicken. 8 rolls. And a generous serving of country-style gravy. I didn't even know they had that kind of gravy, but what do you think the cost was? If you just got the chicken, 21 pieces of chicken, $4.75. If you want to add the 8 rolls and your tasty country-style gravy, that set you back a whopping $5.40. And they actually sold their coleslaw. You had your individual servings. Well, actually, it was the pint, not the individual. A pint for 45 cents. That would serve like 4 people. Yeah, they sold it by the quart or the gallon. You could get a quart of coleslaw for 80 cents, a whole gallon, enough to feed 35 to 40 people. $3. They did the same with baked beans, mashed potatoes, the gravy. Wow. Those were the days. When I was younger, though, as cheap as that is, recall that, wages were, what was Grandpa working for? $1 something an hour, maybe? It was a Sunday after church treat. Every once in a blue moon, you might get KFC. All right, it's 844-844-3388. What's going on? Eagle joins us this morning.
Yeah. Steve, I like I said, in the past, me and you, we haven't agreed on this situation that I'm about to talk about, and we probably won't agree tonight. But I've told you this before, because I'm a no-nonsense person. I don't believe in playing games. I don't believe in this nonsense of second chances or whatever you want to call it. Okay, while you had me on hold, I'm sitting here looking at a video on my cell phone on TikTok of the situation that's going on in Portland, Oregon. Okay, and I'm gonna say this one more time. You already said you don't agree with it. You believe with what the law says, but I'm telling you what I've seen, and it needs to come to a stop. Right now in Portland, Oregon, at night after night, they got another standoff with these protesters out there facing off with the military or the police or whatever the hell you want to call them. Now, I've told you this before about protests. Protests are absolute a waste of time. It brings out the worst in people. It brings out nothing but troublemakers. And I've told you this before, that when it gets dark outside, the protest needs to come to a stop. You either leave the streets or you're going to jail. Just that simple. Now, these people are facing off with the police, the National Guard, night after night. They got gas masks on. They go in there with a gas mask for a purpose, because that's what they plan on releasing. Okay? Now, I told you this before, protests should come to a stop in the United States of America. There's nothing to protest about in this situation when it comes to the illegal. These people are in the country illegally. They came in illegally under the Biden administration, and now this administration is trying to get them out. Now, I want you to explain to me what's wrong with me saying that these people should not be allowed to go out there night after night and protest about something that's a waste of time, because these people are here illegally. What do these people have to protest about? Can you tell me that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know of anything you've said that I would disagree with, Eagle. I mean, because they're not protesting. They're essentially rioting. I mean, if you want to stand out there peacefully, not in the street, on a sidewalk, and hold a sign, that's a protest. Gearing up with all their batons and their weapons and the gas masks, that's rioting. I say round their asses up. I'm with you there.
That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm telling you, after nightfall, whatever time it gets dark in Portland, Oregon, whether it be 5, 6, or 7, you're given an ultimatum by the people in charge. You either leave the streets or we'll get you off the streets. But you're not going to stand there and protest all night long from dark to dawn, holding up progress, wasting time, energy, and people's money by these pointless protests. And all it is I'm sitting here looking at these punks. All it is a bunch of college kids, spoiled brats, whose parents should have put a belt to them when they were a lot younger, so they would have some discipline. If these kids have no discipline whatsoever, they think that it's a game, that it's fun to go out to the streets and make a fool of yourself. They know, like I said, they know nothing. These people don't even have a job. It just irritates me to see these punks out there going face to face against the police and the military of a pointless case of, like I said, these people are fighting for basically people that are in this country illegally. There's nothing to fight about when it comes to these people. And now, over the weekend, Kristi Noem has came and said now that Antifa, we already know that Antifa is out in Portland, Oregon, and other places. Now they're putting bounties on the head of ICE agents, $2,000 bounties, $10,000 bounties if you kidnap one of these individuals, or even if you kill one of these individuals, you could receive a bounty. Over the weekend, we had a car. I forgot what, I think it was in Chicago. A lady drove a car into a crowd of ICE agents and had a semi-automatic gun and almost shot some more officers over the weekend. This is a dangerous situation that we have right now in America. And Donald Trump, he's doing the right thing by putting these people on the street, and these bogus judges, the one that he even appointed, said that Donald Trump couldn't send the military into Portland, Oregon, which is a total joke. The city is in chaos. You can see that right now. All you got to do is look at the video, and any individual can see that the city is out of control, Portland, Oregon, and several other, Chicago, and several other cities around America. At this point, Steve, like I told you before, I believe in no tolerance, zero tolerance. You can protest during the day. There's no reason why you want to protest. Protest during the daytime where we can see you. We can keep an eye on you. We know what you're all about. Once it gets dark, there's no way we can keep an eye on all these people, and anything can happen once it gets dark. I'm gonna say this one more time before I hang up with you, because I'm very pissed off. At night, once it gets dark outside, the protest comes to a stop. You'll be given one warning to leave the place and get into your vehicle and go on about your business and come back the next day if that's what you choose to do. If you don't do that, you'll be rounded up and you'll be placed in handcuffs and you'll be put in jail where you belong, because that's all you are as a criminal to begin with. If you're out there throwing tear gas and bombs at police officers and ICE agents, that's all you are as a domestic terrorist, and they need to treat you like a domestic terrorist and put your ass in jail where you belong. And I thank you for taking my call.
And I think pretty much that's exactly what the president and Homeland Security is finally beginning to do. Look, feds finally rounding up Portland's what they said they were untouchable. The core of Antifa. Federal agents arresting several black-clad Antifa militants outside the ICE facility in Portland this past day. They're saying, the federal government is saying these days of so-called, quote, peaceful protest are over, because these are not. These are hardcore rioters in full black bloc gear that are now finally getting a taste of real justice. And they also point out the local district attorneys, they're in Portland. They can't pull the usual no bail or low bail trick, because these are federal arrests. In other words, none of this easy release crap, no revolving door where you're hauled in at 6 in the evening and back on the street at midnight. For years, we've witnessed burning cities, smashing windows. They call it activism. So it's about time. Haul them off in cuffs, put them in jail, because these Antifa They're the ones swearing to destroy the government. So maybe we're beginning to see some actual accountability taking place there. And yes, and then the woman that pulled out the gun, she ended up shot, didn't she? Not dead, but I believe they fired on her. All right. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, Eagle. A protest is a protest. We all agree in peaceful protest, not blocking streets, not barricading, not harassing, not beating down reporters or local residents who may live in those areas, just trying to walk home in the evening. That's not protest. There's a difference. All right, 844-844-3388. Of course, all the talking heads talking about the government shutdown this past day. House Speaker Mike Johnson defending the administration as we are now preparing for layoffs, not furloughs, but layoffs of federal workers. They will not get paid when this is resolved, when they're laid off. Calling it regrettable, but faulting the Democrats for blocking the Republican funding proposal, the clean resolution. Via NBC's Meet the Press, Kristen Walker said, we haven't seen the details yet about what's happening, asking if he supported the layoffs, which he said is regrettable. The president doesn't want to do this. Welker then pressed Johnson on whether he personally favored cutting jobs, to which he said, no, I want Chuck Schumer to do the right thing that he's done throughout his 30-plus years in Congress and vote to keep the government open. We need to end this shutdown, continuing to point the finger at Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, arguing that their refusal to block the Republican proposal is what's driving this. In a situation like this, when the Democrats have decided to turn the keys to the kingdom over to the White House, they've got to make some tough decisions. Now, of course, the director of Office of Management and Budget is reviewing programs, policies, and personnel who is actually essential as the funding begins drying up. Not a job that he relishes, but he's being required to do that by Chuck Schumer, according to Johnson. We know the president met with him last week discussing potential cuts and what the president called unprecedented opportunity to reshape the federal workforce. Caroline Leavitt confirmed the scale of the deliberations, telling reporters that layoffs could actually be into the thousands. She said, quote, it's likely going to be in the thousands. It's a very good question. That's something the Office of Management and Budget and the entire team at the White House, unfortunately, have to work on today. These disruptions, these conversations, these meetings wouldn't be happening if the Democrats had just voted to keep the government open. Now, while the furloughs are common, obviously, during shutdowns, outright layoffs, they say, have never been implemented. Johnson admitted, he acknowledged this move is pretty much unprecedented, but maintained the responsibility lays with the Democrats. They have not reached a timeline on specifics, which agencies may be facing the steepest cuts, but I think those things are going to be happening maybe starting as early as today. They are going to attempt another vote to pass. Well, they'll put forward. First, they're going to vote on the Democrat proposal, which we know the Republicans are not going to cave in to returning health care to illegals. That's not going to happen. Democrats will then have an opportunity to vote on the simple, clean resolution. And when that fails, if again it does, I think votes begin at like 5:30 this afternoon. We'll probably begin to see some of those actual layoffs taking place in fairly short order.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people saying, "Oh yeah, why are gas prices, why are fuel prices not coming down?" You know, we know the price per barrel has been downward. I'm looking as we speak. $61.25 a barrel. So it makes no sense. You know, in my local area, the price had dropped down to it was down to $2.55 in some areas a couple weeks ago. It's back over $3.15 at those same stations now. What gives? All right, somebody said, we're making the transition to the winter blend. It's always something, isn't it? We do see that OPEC Plus may be raising their output further, which undoubtedly would put further downward pressure on the price per barrel. 8 OPEC Plus countries will increase output further in November. The announcement coming down this past 8th, Saudi Arabia pushing for a larger increase so they could regain market share. Russia suggesting a more modest rise. Obviously, Russia, they don't have any income except for the oil they can sell. They'd be much happier with $100 a barrel. But the group comprising the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries plus Russia and some smaller producers has increased their output targets by more than 2.6 million barrels a day this year. The shift in policy after years of cuts that were designed to regain market share from rivals like the U.S. shale producers. Of course, Russia and Saudi Arabia, the two biggest producers in the OPEC Plus group, kind of disagreeing on the size of increases from time to time, but ultimately reached compromise agreements. Moscow, they said, would prefer the group to raise output by 137,000 barrels per day from November, the same as they did in October, to avoid pressuring oil prices. And because it would struggle to raise output owing to sanctions over the war in Ukraine, OPEC Plus has agreed in principle on a 137,000 barrel per day increase, according to 3 OPEC Plus sources. Other options include double, triple or even quadruple that figure, starting at 274,000 barrels per day to as much as 548,000 barrels per day. Now, previous OPEC Plus output cuts peaked back in March, amounting to 5.85 million barrels per day in total. Those cuts were made up of three elements: voluntary cut, 1 million per day by 8 members, and a further 2 million by the whole group. See where things go, see where the prices go, but still paying a bit more than I think obviously we should be. Uber Ed, what's happening?
Hey, not much, Steve. Hey, Friday you were talking about the quotas on the police departments having the quotas on tickets.
Yes, sir.
And this is a thing that I'd like Pappy to, if he's listening, I'd like Pappy to interject. But have you ever been driving down the road at the speed limit and a cop passes you at 10, 15 miles an hour over the speed limit?
Certainly. Yeah.
Okay. Well, what gives them the right to drive 10, 15 miles an hour over the speed limit just because they're a cop? Ain't they supposed to follow the law?
Well, I mean, what am I going to do about it? I can't stop him,
Yeah, what are we going to do about it?
Yeah.
But how can they write us a ticket when they do the same thing, That's why a lot of law enforcement don't have no respect, because they don't follow the law themselves.
And I do know.
And then I had another.
I was going to say I do know that oftentimes law enforcement may be responding to a call, but they don't always have like the lights and the sirens on. So you don't know if they're responding to a call, but that would be my best answer.
Well, yeah, but I think by law they're supposed to have at least the lights going if they're going to a call.
That could be. I'm not sure. I don't know. That would be a question for Pappy to answer, wouldn't it?
I had another. Yeah, I'd just like to hear his input on it.
Okay.
I have one other thing I want to tell you. I want to tell you about Memphis, about the feds coming in Memphis. The first night they were in Memphis, they took 90 guns off the roads.
I didn't think there were any problems there in Memphis. How could that be, Uber Ed? Right? All right. Hey, we're up to the news break here. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett says layoffs could be on the horizon amid the ongoing government shutdown. During an appearance on CNN's State of the Union, Hassett said the decision could be forced if talks continue to stall.
I think that if the president decides that the negotiations are absolutely going nowhere, then there will start to be layoffs.
Hassett also called on Democratic lawmakers to show leadership and make a deal to end the shutdown. His comments come as President Trump has promised federal layoffs and said he would use the shutdown to decide which Democratic agencies he's going to close. President Trump says he thinks the hostages will start being freed very soon. Trump spoke briefly to reporters as he left the White House on his way to Norfolk, Virginia for a kickoff celebration of the Navy's 250th birthday.
They're in negotiation right now as we speak. They've started the negotiation. It'll last a couple of days. We'll see how it turns out, but I'm hearing it's going very well.
Both Israel and Hamas have indicated support for Trump's 20-point proposal to end the war in Gaza, but with conditions that still need to be negotiated. In a weekend post, Trump said that Israel has agreed to the initial withdrawal line, and it was shared with Hamas. Trump added the ceasefire would be immediately effective and the hostage exchange can begin. Purdue University researchers traveled to the South Pacific in search of wreckage from Amelia Earhart's lost airplane.
Next month, the research team inspects an underwater object which has been visible in photos from a lagoon located on a small island in Kiribati since the 1930s in an effort to identify it. Earhart was attempting to become the first female pilot to circle the world when she and navigator Fred Noonan disappeared over the Pacific Ocean in 1937. The object is about 400 miles southeast of Howland Island, which was Earhart and Noonan's planned destination. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Japan is poised to have its first female prime minister.
The country's governing party elected Sanai Takaichi as its new leader today. She beat her male political rival in a second-round runoff vote to become leader of the conservative Liberal Democratic Party. The leadership race began last month when Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba announced he would step down after a year in office. While Takaichi is likely to become Japan's next prime minister when Parliament votes later this month, it's not guaranteed since the LDP-led coalition lost its majority in both houses this year. I'm Lisa Carton.
The Trump administration is reversing cuts to counterterrorism safety efforts in New York.
New York officials highlighted last week that the state is facing $187 million in cuts to grants that fund counterterrorism measures. Governor Kathy Hochul says those cuts are now being restored. She says President Trump heard the call and reversed course, ensuring the state's got the resources necessary to support law enforcement. Scott Pringle, New York.
Apple is removing ice tracking devices from its App Store.
The tech company said Thursday Thursday night that it was removing IceBlock and other apps that are used to report sightings of ICE agents. CNBC says the move was made after Attorney General Pam Bondi put pressure on Apple to take down the app. The FBI said last week that the gunman who killed 2 immigrants at a Dallas ICE facility had been using the app to track ICE agents. IceBlock has been downloaded over 1 million times since it was introduced earlier this year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, what do you say? Let's go get that final hour underway. At 844-844-3388. It's been a while since we've heard from the inbred redneck. I can't recall. Did he sell off his Bitcoin? At one point, he had a couple of Bitcoin. I recall that. He was more into the Dogecoin and some of the others. But if he still has those 2 Bitcoin, they continue to go up in value. A new record high hit this past day, up nearly 2.7% at $125,245 and some change. Previous record was $124,480 back in mid-August, being propped up by friendlier regulations from the Trump administration and strong demand, they say, from institutional investors. The cryptocurrency had risen Friday for an 8th straight session, bolstered by recent gains in equities and inflows into Bitcoin exchange-traded funds. In contrast, the U.S. dollar retreated on Friday, posting multiple week losses against major currencies. Obviously, some uncertainties surrounding the government shutdown, clouding the outlook. With delayed data releases, jobs numbers, and things of that nature, payrolls, which are critical for gauging the direction of the economy. As long as this shutdown continues, we're not going to get those numbers. Meanwhile, right on the heels of a major recall of corn dogs and sausage on a stick, a week or two ago, a new recall, the chicken product maker Foster Poultry Farms, recalling more than 3.8 million pounds of chicken corn dog products. Same reason, apparently wood being found in the batter, resulting in injuries. According to the notice posted over the weekend, On the Agriculture Department's Food Safety and Inspection site, the company based in Livingston, California, receiving numerous complaints about finding wood in the batter of the products, including reports of at least 5 injuries. Now, the chicken corn dog products were made between July 30th of last year and August 4th of this year, sold under a variety of names, including chicken corn dogs, batter-wrapped chicken frankfurters on a stick, corn dogs, chicken franks dipped in honey batter. You know, all the names and the labels of contaminated products can be found on the Agriculture Department's website. Now, this, it was only about a week ago, I guess, 58 million pounds of corn dogs and other sausage-on-a-stick products made by Hilscher Brands, the subsidiary of Tyson Foods, were recalled for the same reason. And, you know, believe it or not, they say foreign objects contaminate. It's one of the top reasons that we see food recalls across the board. It could be plastic, metal fragments, bits of bugs, more extraneous material, prompting recalls by making their way into these packaged goods. So just a heads up there, Foster Farms. Are you a corn dog connoisseur? All right, so you've made the decision. You've bought an electric automobile, and you're going to rely on the chargers. For most Americans, they say, most Americans now live within 2 miles of an electric vehicle charging station. Well, according to the new report from Charger Help, it's 64% of Americans are now within 2 miles, but nearly a third of the charging attempts don't work. Despite the charging infrastructure showing 98.7 to 99% uptime rates, only 71% of charging attempts actually succeed. Analyzing more than 100,000 sessions across some 2,400 chargers, the report argues that instead of focusing on what they call uptime statistics, supposedly like this charger's ready to go, the first-time charge success rate will give a more accurate measure of the driver experience. Uptime tells us if the charger's available. It doesn't tell us if you can actually plug in and get a charge. First-time charge captures the real driver experience, and by centering on that metric, the industry can close the gap between availability versus actual usability and build the trust needed for mass adoption. The complexity of charging stems from multiple software systems that have to work in harmony. Charging stations and electric vehicles are literally computers. It's all about what they call the handshake and how one software understands another software. If you've ever been in the software space, you probably know that sometimes software doesn't really understand one another. When any of these systems sends out firmware or software updates, you end up with some compatibility issues. Sometimes it may create a bit of a wrinkle in that system. Maybe the vehicle itself, maybe the battery management system doesn't understand what the charging station's actually asking for. These technical barriers create real-world problems for electric vehicle owners. In one example, a fleet driver might arrive at a station showing a green available indicator, only to find after plugging in, the station fails to initiate authentication or begins the process, but returns to the available screen without completing a charge. Unlike Tesla's vertically integrated system, most of our charging infrastructure involves multiple companies developing separate software components for the vehicle, the hardware, the charge systems, the payment processing. This creates inoperability challenges that impacts most consumers. They also identified trends in infrastructure aging. Success rates dropped from 85% after the first year at a new station to about 70% after 3 years. This often happens because older hardware can't be upgraded to new protocols without significant equipment replacement. So with older stations, some architecturally inside the unit itself can't be upgraded to a new protocol. You'd actually have to deploy a new piece of equipment into that unit to try and update it. And of course, that cost money. Another challenge is regulatory oversight limitations. Unlike our gasoline pumps that are regularly inspected by state authorities, electric vehicle charging stations face limited regulatory supervision, while weights and measures do monitor publicly deployed charging stations. Their focus is primarily on ensuring that consumers receive the electrons that they're paying for, not the overall reliability of the system itself. But you'll notice at the gas pumps and the diesel pumps, you'll have that sticker that's inspected, and they're typically on at least an annual basis. They're up to date. And what they're looking for there is if they're setting the pump and you're supposed to be getting $3.05 worth of gasoline, for $3.05, making sure that that pump is actually delivering a whole gallon versus, say, 3/4 of a gallon for $3.05. About 15 past the hour. All right, here we go. Oh, that loneliest hour. Well, welcome back, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. I got a little nappy nap in there. Feel a little bit better. Sorry about that. Can't always listen to the show the whole night through. So, anyways, we didn't get our beauty sleep like you got yesterday afternoon. We just kept going when we got up Sunday morning.
I know how you feel because
squeeze an hour or two in there.
My beauty sleep was more like from one side to the other, and I guess I got some sleep because I do remember waking up for a dream at one point, but most of the time just laying there. That sucks.
Yeah, there ain't nothing worse than that, because then you're like, well, if I'm just going to be here awake, I should just get up and do something and accomplish something. Yeah. Then I need my sleep, but I'm not getting any sleep, but I'm not getting anything else done. And then, anyways, the answer to the question there, police do not have to use emergency lighting and sirens to respond to calls. There's a lot of times they have to run silent, especially when you get the domestic calls and stuff like that. They don't want the people knowing that they're arriving.
Okay.
So a lot of times they run silent. They're supposed to use extreme caution. I mean, it's not like they just because they have a call, they can go out and run 80 miles an hour and blow through red lights and all that. They're still supposed to use extreme caution if they're, but they do have the ability to run that way and go through intersections and stuff without having lights and sirens on. But it's more for the protection. Well, it's protection of the officers, but it's also for the protection of the people they're going to serve. Because there's sometimes that if people know the police are coming, more harm can come to those people than if they don't know the police are actually arriving. So it's something, the tool they have in their toolbox to use. But
I thought that was the case.
I looked there and I had a link. Go ahead.
I thought that was the case, but I wasn't for certain.
Go ahead, I'll let you finish. Yeah. So I looked there. I had a link that I shared with somebody else, and I went to open it up, and it just gave me a picture. But the horse and the wish deal was Cody's Wish. So I don't know if you can Google it real quick there, or if you want to put it in your toolbox for another show prep night to use. But it's a real interesting story there. It's all about a boy, and there was a whole horse that was all part of the Make-A-Wish deal for the boy and all that, and it was a racehorse, and it's all a true story. All happened. So it's really, really an interesting deal there. So I just can't get to it real quick, and I can't do justice to the story offhand. Just trying to remember from a ways back there that I knew it. So, anyways, so the deal with the Bitcoin here is, so I got a brother-in-law that's swearing up and down that Trump is doing whatever he's doing to finagle Bitcoin because he's got all kinds of Bitcoin and he's getting rich off that style,
the cryptocurrency,
the cryptocurrency, that he's doing everything in his power to make sure the cryptocurrency is good because he's just raking in the dough from cryptocurrency. So, is that the case, or is it just the fact that, as you said, the uncertainty now, and we're making, the regular dollar is not doing so well, so people started investing in other things, like you just said, gold is reaching its all-time high, and
yes.
God, how long have we heard buy gold, because gold's going to be the next commodity where it's the only thing you can depend on because it's solid and it's there. And I mean, we've been hearing that for 30 years on the radio, at least. And sometimes gold does good, and the next thing you know, gold's down. And we saw Bitcoin doing astronomically good, and the next thing you know, Bitcoin is down.
Up and down, like everything else. They go. I mean, I'm right now gold at $3,971 an ounce.
Wow.
Yep.
And then you look what it was a year ago or something, or 10 years ago, and then so I don't know. It's just one of those things that we've never got into gold. I don't know if you have or not. If you've ever tried to invest in that?
No, I have not.
But yeah. So, anyways, so I don't know. Other than that, just kind of doing our thing and waiting for the big super harvest moon, I guess, to come in now, aren't we?
Tonight's the night.
Is that okay? So, Is there a specific time that it's supposed to be right at its fullest? Because I know, as I say, last night there when it was coming up, like 6:15 in the evening, I mean, the sun still wasn't down, and the moon was already breaking the horizon, and I'm looking off to the west now, and it's not going to be too long. You give another hour, it's probably right about daylight. It's going to be back down on the other side there.
Correct.
So it's still big, bright, and shiny up there.
Well, right about the time the show, it's 11:48 p.m. tonight, technically, is the full moon.
All right. Sounds good, then. We'll be looking forward to both. And, hey, I know what I meant to tell you. When I was getting fuel last night, I do a lot of fueling at odd places, so I end up in a lot of car gas pumping stations. And there was a guy that pulled in with an old Ford Excursion, and he pulls up to the diesel pump on dispenser there on the other side of me, and it's just chugging and putting along. And I said, hey, that thing got a 6.0 in it. He goes, yeah, it sure does. I said, I got just the thing for you. So I open up the passenger door, and I grab my Hot Shot Secrets catalog and, product guide, and I handed it to him. I said, here you go. I just solved all your problems. He's like, well, what do you mean you solved all my problems? I said, open the first page, and it's Stiction Eliminator. I said, that product was made, absolutely made for your motor. And he's like, really? I said, yeah, because you got them oil-fired injectors in there, right? Yeah. He said, they're about probably going to be due, because he said the last guy replaced them at 100,000 miles. He said, I'm coming up on 200, and I'm thinking I'm going to have to do it. And I said, well, you don't have to do it. All you got to do is put the Stiction Eliminator in. I said, when you get done putting the Stiction Eliminator in, go over here and use the extreme diesel treatment one good time, and then go and use the everyday diesel treatment after that for about 6 months, and go back and give it a nice shot of that. And I said, if your transmission's giving you any issues, put in some of that Shift Restore. And I said, you ever get around changing your oil and that? I said, you got oils in there to use, and you change your antifreeze. You got antifreeze to use, you got grease to use. And
look at
you
horse.
got stuck nuts and bolts.
Look at horse feathers. The ultimate
using
the ultimate hotshot secret sales guy out there on the road doing the job.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Then you've got the likes of Chicago, where they've actually got the audio dispatch from the police dispatch that confirms Chicago police were ordered not to assist federal agents that were cornered there. Yeah, agents were actively en route when the order was given. They say the dispatcher initially seemed kind of taken aback by the order, but promptly relayed the message to all responding units. Says dispatcher says any kind of particular hairstyle, younger male, Hispanic on foot, wearing all black. Unit says no hairstyle. Dispatch, okay, 10-4. And one is for the hit and run. The guy fled from the scene at 37th Place in Kedzie. It all started at I-55 in Kedzie. Then they fled southbound where the offending vehicle crashed. They ran the federal agent off the road. They fled on foot westbound. 37th Place in Kedzie. Male, Hispanic, younger, wearing all black clothing. Unit says 90, ma'am. Dispatcher, yes. Unit, the car's in that direction. Have them stay put 2 or 3 blocks away, all right? Have them hold tight until I give you further directions, please. To which dispatcher says, okay, 10-4. Any units responding to 39th Place in Kedzie per 999, if you guys can just, for the units responding to 39th and Kedzie, if you guys can start heading there as quick as you can, and then just hold tight for instructions. Unit says 999, dispatcher 999. Per the chief of patrol, clear everybody out. We're not responding over there. To which dispatcher says, radio check. All right, again, per the chief of patrol, we have all the units that per 999. Chief of patrol said all units clear out from there. We're not sending anyone over to that location.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer is taking aim at Republicans amid the ongoing government shutdown. During an interview with CBS's Face the Nation, Schumer claimed a lack of communication from his colleagues on the other side of the aisle has stalled progress.
Republican President, Republican Senate, Republican House, that they have a responsibility to govern, which means sit down and talk with us so we can address these needs.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries uploaded a letter to his website on Saturday that said people will die if the Affordable Care Act tax credits are not renewed. Top Republicans have vowed to not cave in to Democrats' demands. The Supreme Court will hear some controversial cases in the new term, which begins tomorrow.
On the docket will be those involving the use of race in congressional redistricting, conversion therapy for minors, and state laws banning transgender athletes in girls' sports. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Across a post here a bit earlier from our old pal Kentucky Ken. I guess this was, he posted it on Friday. He said, well, yesterday turned out to be an adventure. Yeah, definitely not planned on having a stroke, but that's exactly what happened. Yeah, the queen of all colors has already adjusted schedules and plans. Sales have been adjusted. So testing is ongoing, but I do know I had a blood clot on the right side of the brain. As the doctor said, strokes can just happen without warning. So I have been told that I am blessed and lucky. So I say praise God and thank you for the blessings. All right? I ask you all for prayers and recovery from God our Father. So it sounds like it was something they caught quickly, which, when it comes to strokes, seconds matter, as we know. All right, so Kentucky Ken, yes, speedy recovery, my friend. Wow. You never know, right? There's Steve checking in from Columbus. Hello, Mr. Sommers, all the listeners out there. The weekend flew by and didn't even stop to say hello. We did get a couple things done, not nearly as much as I would have liked, but we'll try again next time. First, the coffee's hot, car's ready to go. Let's head into town, see what we can get into here on a Monday. Enjoy your day. All right, thanks for checking in as always. Yeah, meanwhile, I think we touched on it Friday morning. Yeah, someone had brought up the case of the Des Moines Public Schools. Yeah, the school superintendent there, that controversy. Yeah, this guy that lied his way into a very high-paying, cushy job continues to grow by the minute. On Friday, the Department of Homeland Security released a detailed list of the criminal offenses committed by Ian Roberts, the man arrested by federal officials on September 28. ICE said Roberts was a migrant from Guyana. He was here in the U.S. illegally and had committed numerous other offenses during that time. A statement from the press release said he should have never been serving in a role overseeing children in Iowa's largest school district. Roberts tried to speed away when he was confronted by ICE. Yeah, he was later apprehended with the help of the Iowa State Patrol. At the time of the arrest, of course, we had heard the loaded handgun, a hunting knife, $3,000 cash in his vehicle. Subsequently, on October 2nd, charged with being an illegal alien in possession of firearms. Yeah, as the case so often is, many on the left initially defended this guy. One official even called for radical empathy to protect him from the consequences of his actions. But those voices have been getting softer and softer as the evidence continues to pile in. Again, a migrant from Guyana, present in the U.S. illegally. Some of the greater hits of offenses included July of 1996, charges related to criminal possession of narcotics with intent to sell. November of 1998, one charge of third-degree unauthorized use of a vehicle in Queens, New York, that was later dismissed. November of 2012, convicted for reckless driving, unsafe operation, and speeding in Maryland. February of 2020, charges related to second-degree criminal possession of a weapon. January of 2022, conviction of unlawful possession of a loaded firearm in Pennsylvania. Obviously, September of 25, arrested by ICE officers, and this month, October of 25, criminal charge of being an illegal alien in possession of firearms. Numerous firearms charges. In addition, his lengthy history of interactions about his immigration status unveiled. It was 1994 he entered on a non-immigrant visa and departed, but returned before his first arrest. 1999, he entered through San Francisco on a student visa and departed. In the year 2000, ICE approved a work authorization request for Roberts. 2001, his green card request was rejected. He applied 3 more times through 2018 and was rejected each time. That brings us to 2020, when he was given a notice to appear before an immigration judge. 2024, he was ordered in absentia to be removed by a Texas judge. April of this year, an immigration judge ruled against reopening the case, and of course last month ultimately arrested by ICE officials. ICE said he's in custody of the U.S. Marshals and will be prosecuted for his most recent crimes. But the school officials involved in approving his hiring are now the ones under intense scrutiny and suspicion since discovering that Roberts lied about having a doctorate and other credentials. Last week there were a small group of students that protested for his release at the state capitol, some holding signs reading, "Radical Empathy." One of the 17-year-old students who helped organize the protest says, quote, "I don't think anyone really cares about the fact that he's illegal. We're just sad about the fact that an extremely nice man that supported us heavily and strongly is now taken away from us." Interesting how that really nice guy next door that robbed the bank, committed whatever the crime it is also taken away from their family and their children. But he was a nice guy. All right, that's the mentality. Then quickly, before looks like Eagle had some comments about the NFL as well here. What the world is the deal here in the state of Maine, where Maine Republicans demanding a federal investigation after a resident mistakenly received an Amazon package containing 250 legitimate voting ballots, mail-in ballots. Just 1 month before Maine's November 4 election, when voters will decide on a pivotal initiative that, if passed, would require voter ID at the ballot box, according to the Maine Wire. Democrat Secretary of State Sheena Bellows said she initiated an investigation as soon as she heard the news. "We will not stop until we have answers," she says, according to WABI television in Bangor. Republicans not satisfied with that response, though, demanding that the Department of Justice investigate. Bellows has consistently shown she's willing to put partisanship over the safety and security of Maine's elections, according to the letter addressed to Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel. She's used her office to refuse compliance with the Department of Justice, even going as far as telling President Trump to go jump in the Gulf of Maine in response to routine requests for voter registration data requested under the National Voter Registration Act. The signees included a number of Republicans in the state. I'm not going to list them all off for you. But the igniting incident occurred last Tuesday when a woman in Newburgh, Maine, received an Amazon package. Now, the unusual way the box was taped up suggested someone had tampered with it, like it had been opened and then retaped. Although the package did contain the items she had actually ordered, it included something she had not. When I opened it, there were 250 official state of Maine referendum ballots in my box. Thank goodness I'm an honest citizen and immediately reached out to my town clerk and took the ballots to the town for safekeeping. Amazon said they're looking into the controversy and will cooperate with authorities on the investigation. Yeah, Falkingham, one of the four who signed the letter to Bondi and Patel, said this is beyond alarming at a time when Maine people are being asked to weigh in on whether to adopt the same common sense voter ID standards used in 36 other states. Yeah, this really exposes how vulnerable our elections are. When ballots appear in a household, a shipment of rice and toys, trust is shattered. We deserve answers, accountability. But coming up on November 4, yes, Maine residents will vote on Question 1, a referendum that, if passed, would require voters to show identification, while Republicans said the measure would increase election integrity. Democrats fear it would cost them. If passed, it could result in a loss of 13,000 Democratic votes in future elections, according to the Maine Democrat Party chairman in a text message to voters back in May, according to the Maine Wire. I don't know, did they have a tabulation of how many Democrat voters don't have identification, or how they're able to say that? I don't know, but I'm curious. All right, Eagle, welcome back.
Okay, I got a couple things right quick. First of all, I wanted to talk about the NFL right quick. I think that I told you this a long time ago. I think the NFL is making a mistake with these games overseas in London and Germany and some other locations that they're doing. All they're doing is inconveniencing the players and the teams with the travel, extra wear and tear on their bodies, traveling from the U.S. all the way to London to play a game and then go all the way back to the U.S. and get prepared for another game just for entertainment, TV purposes. People don't really understand the game in those countries, and I think it's a lost cause. Waste of time. The football is an American sport, and they need to keep it that way. And they even talking about in the future maybe having teams in other countries, which I think it would be a total joke if they had U.S. NFL teams in Germany or London or Mexico or whatever. I think all the teams need to be located in the U.S. It's better for the players and for the fans too, as far as I'm concerned. So I think the NFL it's just a money grab by the NFL as far as I'm concerned. Now, Steve, getting back to this situation with the protests in Portland and other locations around America. Okay, now they got videos out there now of a woman being sprayed with pepper spray. A woman is up in the face of one of these officers, and she had to say, they're trying to make it out. They always, the CNNs, the MS, they always want to make it, to show you the bad ending of the deal. But they show you the officer spraying the woman in the face, but they don't show you the part about what the woman is calling him every name in the book, talking. She's refusing orders, refusing to move on and go about her business, and the guy sprays her. But he's the bad guy, the ICE agent or the National Guard or whoever this guy was. So they're making him out to be the bad guy. But these people they're agitating these individuals. We've already talked about this, Steve. You got people standing in front of these ICE facilities where they transport these people and put them in these cells waiting for deportation. Okay, you got people that are blocking the road, standing in front of ICE cars and ICE trucks, and they're trying to create a confrontation. You got a man. What are you supposed to do if you got a man standing in front of your vehicle, refuses to move? You got to get him out of the way one way or the other. You standing in front of a vehicle you get what's coming to you. As far as I'm concerned, there's no reason to block a vehicle that's making progress. And like you said before, Steve, that's not peaceful protest. You got people that's coming out there, like I say, with gas masks, batons, all kind of weapons, and eventually somebody's gonna get hurt. We almost had an incident, like I told you in the first call, in Chicago, where somebody gonna pull up with a gun and start shooting. It happened last week when I was in Dallas. A guy was on the roof shooting a gun. This getting to be very, very dangerous. And these mayors around the country, in Pritzker in Chicago, this woman out in Portland, Oregon, and other mayors around the country, they need to be now. What they're doing, Steve, I don't know if you heard about this later. I forgot to tell you this. Now the mayors are telling the police not to cooperate with the ICE people, because they had this incident in Chicago where the police are not trying to help go in and help the ICE, and it happened in Chicago too. So the mayors are telling their police people not to cooperate with ICE now. So now you got another problem. So these mayors and governors around the country, they ought to be ashamed of themselves what they're doing, and they continue to come on TV saying that they don't have a problem with protesters when you can clearly see it on the videos of these people fighting with the police officers and the ICE people, and say that they don't need no help from the government is a total insult. And I think these people need to be put out of office because it's mainly the Democrats. You don't see no Republicans. You don't see down in Texas where I live at, Steve. You don't see Governor Abbott down here talking about he don't need no military. He don't need no people control because he knows the right thing. Same thing with the guy in Florida. But they don't need no help because they got their states under control. All the states that are out of control, as you gone over night after night and other people have, are democratically run states. And if they had it their way, Steve, just like under Joe Biden, there were these individuals. As far as they see it, Steve, these people that are in the country illegally, they have done nothing wrong. And that's part of the reason why we have a government shutdown right now, because they still want to give the benefits. Like you said, that's what they're fighting about, giving government medical care to people that don't even belong in the damn country. It's the Democrats ought to be ashamed of themselves. They basically turned their back on their own country. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, we'll kind of wind things down right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So, according to the report from FreightWaves, we had already shared that Oregon last week had suspended the issuance of non-domiciled commercial driver's license. Now, according to this, California, surprise, surprise. I can't hardly believe it, because they're one of those states that have been issuing licenses that have no name given on the darn thing. But according to the announcement, they are participating. The Department of Transportation under Secretary Duffy announced on September 26, states must immediately stop issuing or renewing limited-term legal presence CDLs and commercial learner's permits until new federal standards are in place. Stating at the time, what our team has discovered should disturb and anger every American. CDLs being given to dangerous foreign drivers, often illegally in the country. This is a direct threat to the safety of every family on the road. And I won't stand for it. All right, following the nationwide Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration audit that actually uncovered widespread non-compliance, linking at least 5 deadly crashes this year to non-domiciled CDL holders. Let's see. California's Department of Motor Vehicles stopped issuing or renewing non-domiciled CDLs as of Monday. I'm guessing this is going back a Monday a week ago. Oregon stopped processing such credentials last Wednesday. Now, Oregon's suspension covers all issuance types, including renewals, transfers, upgrades, replacements. Several other states, we see now Colorado, Pennsylvania, South Dakota, Texas, Washington, have also halted non-domiciled CDL issuance to comply with this emergency rule. The FMCSA audit said that more than 25% of California's non-domiciled CDLs were improperly issued, including licenses extended years beyond the driver's lawful presence in the country. So there you go. There are currently about 200,000 non-domiciled CDL holders and 20,000 commercial learner's permit holders in the U.S., according to the FMCSA. All right, so one step at a time, but I see that at least the number of states that have actually announced they are no longer issuing continues to grow. All right, have a safe day. And we'll see about it. I don't think we'll be here at the midnight hour tonight live. We'll be back with you Tuesday night into Wednesday morning for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I